significantly to India's scientific advancements and have been pivotal in cultivating a culture of scientific inquiry and innovation. Their partnerships with these stalwarts underscore their commitment to national development through science and education. Padma Shri Y.S. Rajan and Dr. A.P. Jayaraman's legacy is not only in their professional achievements, but also the inspiration they provide to all of us today and beyond. And proving this dedication and passion can profoundly impact the future society of India. Now, I take this opportunity to also welcome Dr. Sendil Kumaran with over 3 decades of experience in educational field. He started groundbreaking work in the form of Learners Confluence in educational leadership in India. The Learners Confluence is an educational program focused on developing platform for educators with the goal of enhancing peer learning as well as knowledge sharing among our community. I acknowledge the guidance and support by our dear Guru, Dr. Manoj Rajan, who is organizing this event and guiding us. He is the Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Managing Director and CEO of REMS. We have with us our esteemed guests from Lex Robo, Korea. Lex Robo, as I would like to mention, is one of the global leader in STEAM education with focus on robotics, coding, and beyond. So I welcome Hugh and Kathy today from South Korea to the Indian soil, and I appreciate the good works of CCO Sangwon and Global Head Ashton to make this event a success. Lex Robo has made significant impact on the global scale, particularly through its innovative approach to robotics and education technology. By developing modular kits that the teachers and students can use in classrooms for developing STEAM concepts, their products are designed to be accessible, user-friendly, allowing teachers and learners of all ages to explore and understand technology with ease. This global reach has positioned Lex Robo as a leader in the educational sector, influencing the way coding, robotics, AI is taught and learned across various educational institutions around 50 different countries. Our curriculum director, Shashi Gundala, is an eminent educationist. She's got awards from Princeton University and being an active presenter in mental health and STEAM and mindfulness and whatnot. She is an engineer by education, but an active educationist and education reformist. Our director also from Bangalore, she spearheads the integration of AI, ML, robotics, and nanotech to Nanoskool STEAM curriculum. We have Dr. Divya Senan, Assistant Professor of Education, Department of Education, Government of Kerala. She's got multiple PhDs in STEAM, and that too from eminent universities across the globe. She was a Fulbright scholar, and she was also a Raman Fellow. She works in teacher education, and that too in STEAM teacher education. We are happy to have Dr. Divya with us. So my gratitude also to IDF, Indian Development Foundation, the partners of Nanoskool in taking this Ignite STEAM workshop to you. They have been a strong force to reckon with in the NGO segment, working with schools, educators for the past 3 decades and beyond. And with the kind of community they have built with scientists and thought leaders, IDF is the most important partner we have today in India to take STEAM forward. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my team at Nanoskool, especially my co-founders, Sai Manohar, and who is a young, passionate educationist who is inspiring us every day with his energy and innovative thinking. And the founding team, including our dear chairman, Srinivas Raju, our dear Srinivas, and the core team of Nanoskool, Aji, Adil, Akshay, Maushmi, Sharanya, Roshan, Gogul, Roshan, Srinivas, all from the Nanoskool team and the IDF team. I welcome Franklin sir, Ramakrishnan sir, and everyone of IDF team to this August gathering. I welcome our esteemed guest, our dedicated educators, the educated educational leaders that we have today, and our enthusiastic teachers who want to share their knowledge and experience in STEAM. And I welcome each one of you, especially the school leaders and the school educators who have come to contribute to this community and learning together. So welcome each one of you to this Ignite STEAM workshop, and let's hope to get ignited today with our thoughts and with our actions. Thank you all once again. Thank you and welcome to Ignite STEAM.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh George. That was really very enlightening. And we now know why we are all here. I'm sure it's going to be, like you rightly said, it's going to be an experiential learning today. The distinguished guests here are not just going to, address all of you with the PPT. I'm sure you're all going to enjoy the experiments that they're going to showcase here. That's one. Anyway, good morning to all of you. Namaskarams to all the dedicated, beautiful participants who have taken their precious time, sparing their valuable time to attend this magical STEAM workshop. My name is Sridhar, and I'll be your host for the workshop, whether you like it or not. Okay. STEM is an approach to learning and development that integrates the areas of science, technologies, and mathematics. I firmly believe that STEM is important because it brings out the students' creativity. It allows them to apply what they have learned. Most importantly, STEM makes them become thinkers, problem solvers, and risk takers. It teaches them that even when the outcome is not what they expected, they have still learned something. Before we proceed further, I would like to start this entire workshop with an auspicious beginning by lighting the lamps. May I request Dr. A.P. Jayaraman, Mr. Rajesh George, Dr. Franklin, Mr. Senthil Kumaran, Mr. Hu Kim to come and light the lamp, please. A big round of applause. Sir, please request all of you to stand up. Thank you. Thank you.
There's some connection is there. Thank you. You also come, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again, distinguished guests on the dais. So we begin the first session, and it begins with Dr. A.P. Jayaraman, with whom we have the privileged honor to work with. There is no full stop in what we can say about him, as no words will do justice to his body of work and most of all his humility. If I were to list and start talking about A.P. Jayaraman's contributions to science and technology and to the society overall, I think this one session will not be enough. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Dr. A.P. Jayaraman started his scientific career at the age of 22, joining the Allied Scientific Officers Training School of the Atomic Energy establishment of the Government of India. He had a remarkable career in atomic energy for 40 years in science, technology, and management. He retired as head of media relations of Baba Atomic Research Center. After retirement, he served as professor of environmental engineering in Singapore. Later, he worked as dean at a B school in Palakkad. Presently, he is the principal scientific advisor to HSNC University, Mumbai. He is a dedicated bilingual science communicator in English and Malayalam. He has authored 25 science books, written over 5,000 popular science articles, and delivered over 60,000 hours of discourse in science, technology, innovation, and management. He believes that a good life is one inspired by love and guided by knowledge. So may I request Dr. A.P. Jayaraman to take over with a big round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, all beautiful minds. Why should an 81-year-old fossilized human being stand before you? 40 years I spent doing science in the Department of Atomic Energy, and 60 years I spent teaching science. 60 plus 40 is 100, but I am not 100. This shows that there is an overlap between teaching and learning. While teaching, I was learning, and while learning, I was teaching. These two sides of the coin of teaching and learning has been with me. That is why I can claim a century of experience. That is one aspect of it. I must admit that I'm an accidental byproduct of education. I am not a designed product. My grandfather, I'm sharing a little of my life experience because I must speak from experience, not from textbooks. Textbooks we can mug up and report in no time. You can say all the 118 elements of the periodic table in no time. But you may not know what hydrogen is or what organison is. That's a different story. So my grandfather decided my grandson, his grandson I was, should be a government officer. That was the highest dream he had. And he enriched and sweetened his dream by saying that this should be a class 1 gazette officer or the rank of a collector. Too much in those days, a grandfather's. And he was a lawyer, a BA LLB. He ran away from the court and started teaching English literature because he had a MA in English. So this English-educated Indian's mindset was to make his grandson a government officer who can certify, to the best of my knowledge, and put an attestation stamp. And he also said it should be at the youngest age possible. That is, if you can do it at 22. At that time, IAS was the only route to become a government officer at the age of 22 or so. So I did my chemistry, which I will know a bit of it. Then I joined the atomic energy. In between, my grandfather told me, go and learn English. If you don't get into energy, atomic energy, you can learn MA English, then write IAS examination. You may get it or you may not get it. So that was the route I planned. At that time, Homi Baba said that there is an atomic energy training school. Anybody who has a first-class degree can come and get our interview. And if you can satisfy my 14 scientists in the committee, you will be in or you will be out. So I, by a third-class train from my village in Palakkad, came to Bombay, accompanied by my professor, who was an outstanding chemist and who taught me all the 2 days what questions will come. He was also appearing for the interview because there was no restriction between masters and bachelors. We went, I also went, and he taught me all I should know. He entered for this. Then they give a piece of paper after 45 minutes of interview. It will be written DATA or MET. DAT means go to accounts, collect your money, go back home. MET means go for medical test and join the training school. That is the situation. So my professor first went, he went through, he told me these are the questions asked, are you ready? I said yes. He went and he got a DATA and came back. And he asked me, where is your cheat? In which it was written MED. So I joined, taught by my brilliant gold medalist professor. And this is the difference between an education of a scientific mindset and an engineering mindset. I am all for engineering. For example, one of the questions which Homi Baba asked at that time was this, which even today I am afraid to repeat and all of you can remember. There was a chairman of the committee sitting there. He had a bottle of water. He just took it and showed me this is a drop of water. And he made it fall down. Homi Baba was sitting there. Asked, how many atoms are there in that drop of water? How many atoms are there in that drop of water? How will you answer that? You know all about Avogadro's number, 6.03 into 10 to the power of 23. But that bookish knowledge will not help you to answer that exact question in a specific numerical manner. So what will you do? We also know that 18 grams of water will contain Avogadro's number. You can divide it by 18, then you will know 1 gram of water, how many molecules are there. Fine. But 1 drop. You should have an engineering mindset. 20 drops will make 1 ml. 25 drops will make 1 ml. So that ability to design thinking, that 20 or 25 ml is an approximate order of magnitude by which 1 ml is composed, and then you know how many atoms are there in this. It is not that number which is important. It is your ability to arrive at that number that is most important. So knowing how many atoms are there in a drop of water made me join Atomic Energy Commission for 40 years. That was the tragedy and travesty of my education. I think this question can be answered by all physics, chemistry, physical chemistry, chemical physics teachers. Am I right? So this is the direct dichotomy, disjoint between our textbookish knowledge and our practical application. Now let's look at, we lit a lamp, right? And it's quite good. So I had a matchbox first. What I did was, I did like this. What is the chemical reaction that is taking place now? Anybody can explain what chemical reaction, pyrochemical reaction that took place? You had potassium chloride on the tip of this. That contains a little sulfur. I applied Newtonian law of pressure. That yellow phosphorus on friction became white phosphorus. And that with the potassium chloride underwent a reaction between phosphorus and dioxide. That is how the exothermic reactions take place. So we got the light. How did I transfer that light from the matchstick to the wick. The wick is cotton, C6H10O5. I put coconut oil, C17H35COOH, stearic acid or oleic acid, whatever acid that is. Now that oil, is it not an acid, it's a glyceride of that acid. That oil traveled through cotton. Normally at BSc level we say sorption. At MSc level we say adsorption. At PhD level you will say chemisorption. So sorption, adsorption, absorption and chemisorption took place on that wick. Then it traveled to the tip and you transfer your heat energy to that. That's it. But you can go a 1 hour talk on the pyrochemical reaction of how a lamp is to be lit. Thank you. Sorry for this interruption. Now I must apologize. How many of you are the female gender here? Half the sky belongs to you. That's what Mao Zedong said. Can I have the left hand up? Now is a left-right confusion. Massive. How many were here on the dais? You didn't have your right place over here. Right? But you obliged us. Neutralized partially. Very partially. The problem is, half the intellectual sky belongs to women. That's what Mao Zedong said. But we need a revolution within that revolution, which Santosh is doing now among the teaching community, that our intellectual capital is raised so that we are all equal. Now here the problem is, even when your intellectual capital is much higher than that of the male brain, still you find that we do not have adequate representation in the sky, in the intellectual sky. So that is one great difficulty we are having. Okay, coming back to that. A little more sharing of my personal experience. So my grandfather made me a scientist, that's all right. What did I do? I have a daughter. Should I make her a scientist or should I make her a non-scientist? I should have been saturated with science, totally. That is where the parental decision comes. So I decided that as a scientist, the deficiency and insufficiency in the intellectual capital is that of the engineering mindset, which I showed you a short while ago. So I decided that she should become an engineer. Now all holy engineers, whether it's civil engineering, mechanical, electrical, aeronautical, that this is option available to us. I believe in electrons, because electricity is a flow of electrons. So I thought she should, because I don't have a son, so I want somebody who is a son and a boy together. I made her learn electrical engineering. I don't regret that, because I am not asking anybody to go for electrical engineering today. That's a different story. Well, we also had some NCC training, because girls need that. And if you get an engineering degree with an NCC certificate, you can become a captain, which could become a class 1 gazette officer. My grandfather's dream can be. That is the continuous flow of my dreams. And that. Okay, that's the parenting portion. I still do not know. I'm not passing a judgment on my errors. Nor am I claiming that mine is a designed perfect thinking. I'm just sharing an experience of, as I told you, an 81-year-old fossilized human being. That's what I'm doing. But a greater challenge came to me. What shall I do with my 2 grandsons? And they belong, every generation belongs 1 log cycle ahead of the other. My daughter is 10 times intelligent than me. And my grandsons are 100 times more intelligent than me. So every parent or grandparent is dealing with a generation which is 1 log scale ahead of them. Now, there is a transition from science to engineering to liberal arts. That is the intellectual climate the world is coming through. And we have all sorts of systems here, the state boards, the ICSE, the CBSE, IGCSE, and IB and all that, yes. So I took a different course for my first grandson. I thought I'll put him in PYP, MYP, and IB route. Whatever I am saying is not to be followed. This should be rejected. But I am sharing because you have some background about what some fool did. So put it in that person. He did that because I could learn all this. We had to sit with our grandson to learn all these things. So I passed IBDP about 6 years ago, 42 by 43. Not very bad. A little design thinking, I thought like his mother, he should also become an electrical engineer. But not from any of the great institutions of this country, but let's say from Imperial College London, engineering. I did that, it's true. And next day he went to finance and he is a good liberal artist today. He speaks about economics and yesterday night he taught me what you should say, what you should not say. All my PPTs are approved by him. Don't use any unparliamentary classical old English words. They mean nothing to the audience. These are all very brilliant teachers. Be very careful what you utter and what you don't utter. Sometimes silence will be better. So that's what he did. So I went through that process. I have no regrets. I am not weighing grudging scales, whether this is right or wrong. I am just saying this is what the process which I went through. I thought I must share that before. Then I have a second grandson. What do I do with him? But now when I have an additional intellectual capital. I have my capital, my daughter's capital, my first grandson's capital. Now we thought we should go the full spectrum, the total wide broad spectrum of liberal arts with engineering minds, technology mindset. Now from STEM, we get from science to technology straight. Again, in a place which is good, let's say Brown University is studying there, fine, that's it. Stop, that's the autobiographical portion of it. So I said I am an accidental product and I have 3 accidental products down my line. And I am not passing any judgment on it, only time will say, but they are happy. Or at least they have not expressed their unhappiness for the parental or grandparental decision we have taken. That's the background about it. Now, having said this, and having spent a lot of time in science, I believe that science at a very fundamental, at a very elementary, at a very basic level, is nothing but gathering facts, observing phenomena. So let us do a small scientific experiment. May I request 8 women teachers and 4 male teachers to come here. Physics, chemistry, biology, maths, chemical physics, whatever you want. Please come.
Yeah, please come. Don't look at each other's face.
The higher
I
the
request you to
diversity,
come.
the better. Yes.
Please join us.
Now, they are teachers. They are also teachers, but you are going to be guinea pigs for some time. Thank you, thank you. Every experiment should be a controlled experiment. And for control, how many females? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want 8 men. What? Okay, then we'll request them to subtract. Please, please, please. Sir, will you please come? Yeah. Sir, please come. Now, don't think yourself as pigs, all right? Just guinea pigs. Please think of you as atoms, and you will undergo molecular reactions. Salutations to the geniuses on the dais. What a privilege. An unteacherly fellow could get you assembled over there. Teachers don't come just like that. There's a heavy price to be paid for a teacher to be on the dais. Yes, thank you. Now, we are just trying to do what is observation and what is the basic philosophy of science. The basic philosophy of science is to find a pattern. To find a pattern. There's a method of madness. Whatever we do it so irregularly, so randomly. There is no method except in our madness. So I am trying to think of course, those who know thermodynamics will speak about entropy, disorder, and Hawking's equation. Forget about those. We are not doing anything of that. Now we want to stand according to the alphabetical order of your names. All of you have names, because even elephants have names now. And they speak to each other, giving their names. So just please stand according to ABCDE. So first, the classification of male, female will now dissolve. See, now you find an order, a method in doing this. There will be discussion, fight and all that. That's part of life. Yes. They will change their names also. So we have the alphabetical representation of the molecules. What is the first one here? A. And what is the last? U. A to U. AU is gold. And the gold which you have with you now has come from the neutron stars. It's not from any of the mines. So we have A to U. But there is a method. First, when they all stood, they stood as they liked, in utter disorder. Now I have brought some order into your system, alphabet. Now, will you please stand according to your height? Some are tall and towering. See, now they have a scale, a mental scale. Anyway, the gender differentiation has been totally dissolved. Any scale you use, yes. Is it true? The camera will not lie. You are the tallest. No, but okay. Some deception, appearance deception is permissible. Right. Let us assume. Any objection to this line? Okay. Okay, we'll make these experimental errors, we'll subtract later. We have the data with us. So overall it's fine. If I draw the headline only, there is a slanting, I get probably an angle of 20 degrees or so. Now may I request you to stand according to your weight? Your assumed weight.
Now there will be heavy discussion.
Yes, there will be massive discussion. Thank you, sir.
May we have a big round of applause and welcome Dr. Y.S. Rajan. Welcome, sir. Welcome to this team workshop. We are on the way. Shall we go ahead and continue what we are doing? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'll just finish this experiment in 5 minutes. Then we'll. No, I don't want to hold you up. Yes. Yes. I'll just keep this side. So please stand according to your butt weight. Don't disclose your figures. But a fact is a fact. The balance will never lie. Yes. This pattern is not a visible pattern, but this is a distinct pattern. Right? So we have recorded this. Now, will you please stand according to your body mass index? This is where mathematics comes into play. You will have to put weight in kilograms divided by height in meters squared. Now, that's a problem. You have to know SI system, system international kilogram. Then you have to know meters. And you have to find the square of the meters. And you have to do a division. This numerical process is utterly confusing for most of the teachers. Maybe students will do it better. Right? So I am not asking for it. They can do it, but this is not a non-doable thing. It's a doable thing. Will you please stand according to your intelligence? I leave the choice to you. Please.
Because we do not know
See, this is the problem. We are in the intelligence market, and our salary is supposed to be proportional to our intelligence. But still, when you are asked to stand on an intelligence scale, we find it very difficult. Right? So, let's just conclude with one, because Professor Rajan is here, so I can't wait him. Keep him waiting, yes. Let's do a small experiment and close this phase of the experiment. For every experiment, you need a tool. I need your right hand. Are you sure which is your right hand? How many of you are left-handed? Okay. I want you to identify your right hand index finger. Very good. They know what they are speaking. You know your right hand? You know your right hand index finger? What? Then they were not willing to stand according to their intelligence scale. In spite of this absolute knowledge. This is absolute knowledge. Yes. Because you will not change your opinion after 5 minutes. Now I will just request you as an old 80-year-old scientist to do some nonsense. Because as you age, nonsense also increases logarithmically. So I will just ask you, please, out of compassion for my age, please keep your right hand, index finger ready, massage it so the blood flow increases, it becomes energetic. Now, please touch your chin. Now, some corrected. When a fool is misguiding you, you are willing to be misguided. Please don't do that. Okay, I stop here. Thank you very much for taking part in my series of experiments. Thank you very much. I don't. Professors will start. I will pick up later. Professor will start. No, sir. I am doing, but I can again do afterwards. Mine is discrete sets. There is no continuity in it. It's like atomic energy, physics, chemistry, biology, maths. Yeah. I am ambidextrousness.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Big round of applause.
No, I wanted. This is our case.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jayaraman. That was absolutely wonderful. We all really enjoyed that. Actually, I heard him saying two things while he was talking. That he is a scientist by accident. Okay? I wish I had the same accident several years ago. It's a beautiful and wonderful accident. Right? Wouldn't you agree with me? And the other thing that he said, why I am not a scientist, I am coming to the point too. He said he went to BRC and someone asked him, put a drop of water and said, how many atoms are there? If I were in his place, I would have taken my bag and ran away from there. Probably that is another reason why I'm standing here sharing the dais, which is not very good. I feel I'm humbled and honored to be with this, distinguished dignitaries. Anyway, moving forward, our second speaker for today is Padma Shri Dr. Y.S. Rajan, an Indian professor, scientist, and administrator. Y.S. Rajan has a proven track record of excellence as a scientist, technologist, administrator, organization builder, leader, diplomat, academic, writer, and poet. He combines a unique ability for original and innovative thinking with strong implementation skills. He has capability to network with multidisciplinary and multicultural groups. His contributions in shaping ISRO from its initial experimental phases into a major service delivery organization have been remarkable. In the process, he has also been a creator of many institutions and sustainable mechanisms between ISRO and its end users. He has worked with Massachusetts Institute of Technology, USA, and NASA for about 3 years. He is one of the well-known scientists who has closely worked with Abdul Kalam, former President of India. He is a co-author of India 2020 or 2020, a vision for the new millennium with APJ Abdul Kalam. He has authored many books, including Discover Your Power Quotient, and published more than 200 articles and papers, which have also been published in international journals. He has been honored with many awards, including Padma Shri in 2012, Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering in 1998, Fellow of the World Academy Art and Science in 2010, Honorary Degree of Doctors of Letters from Jain Vishwabharati University, Ladnam, Rajasthan 2005. I can go on and on. Like I said earlier, if I were to list out and talk about these distinguished people, one session is not enough. So I would like to invite Padma Shri Y.S. Rajan to take over the dais and carry on with the second session. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, ladies.
Thank you. I don't need this. No, I don't need it. I'll ask for it. It doesn't matter, one can come that way. Good morning, everybody. Namaste. It's nice to be when Jayaraman is around and Senthil, some of the people whom I know around. And I have kept some notes. I am not going to talk one continuous way so that you can relax and sleep. See, in his experiments, I was particularly, that is the example I am going to give you, what not to do. He did this, asked your index finger, you keep on doing. It has no relevance actually. He has given a duff gem for you to divert you into something as if that is going to determine your something great. As if something you touch, some siddha or somebody with a nerve, this one you thought so. Okay, out. Then he said, chin. And you responded immediately to CH. This is one problem for most Indians. Before, especially when you go to abroad, just say, I have not completed, they will say. They will be going slowly. I have not completed, let me finish. So we respond as soon as the other fellow not even finishes one sentence. These are the two mistakes you should avoid. So when you hear what I am talking, I am going to make a lot of you to alert to ask questions. Then later towards the end, I am going to freelance. You can ask anything. So, okay, that's how I am going to do. A few things, my job will be to do certain things what are emerging in future and things are going so fast. So I have to alert you on that. Then a few things how to do in life. So you see, for example, teacher's profession. I am not going to tell you anything about pedagogy, how to teach. How many of you are in the preschool? Preschool teachers? 0. How many in primary? 0. You are all secondary and senior secondary. If I ask any one of you to go and teach a preschool, you will run away. Even though you are supposedly trained for that. Okay, in other words, teaching itself has got a lot of things. And in fact, by the time the student comes to you in the secondary, there are already many things are formed. Just as your chin, business, would have formed. So, it's a very complex thing. Therefore, the teaching to make children to prepare for future. In fact, one IIT director told very nicely, everybody says build character, IIT should, education should be holistic character. He says 4 years the fellows are with us. 18 years they have spent somewhere else and everything has been formed in them. And then here the 4 years, sometime what can we do to change them? So similarly, it is the neuro part of them have gone on in the preschool and other things itself. So you want to inject something scientific thinking and all, it has to take place there. In fact, I learned a lot about that. Because I learned that I can't tell a lot of young people, my wife likes it because she did primary formal training, but she drifted away going to preschool. She will tell me so many stories about how the children are. She will give something, empty bottles she will take, soda bottles, give for them to play. He has told me all that afterwards. He won't tell me beforehand. So the sand play when they do, you do, then some of them come, some they can do groups also. Some have made a train, some have filled something, etc., etc. Some child, one couple of children, they will just say, madam, one color, different color. Bisleri or something will have a different color. Or a Coca-Cola bottle will have a different color. Madam, wait, you complete your work, then they have got a small competition to do. So she told, in fact, Dr. Kalam used to ask me, go mama, she will talk, so can you identify engineers, scientists and all in them? She said, no, nothing. I see each child as a separate. So then later, nowadays I was reading a lot of this thing, past 10, 15 years. The neural development in the human being is enormously complicated. First 2-3 years, infant child, then first 2-3 years, then 8, 10 they give. By the time they are there, they are very different. Some of the autistic ones, if they can find out before 18 months, lot of good things can be done. By the time they come on you, it's not that simple. Incidentally, my wife did also dyslexic courses and that. Anyway, I won't dwell on it more. But what I am saying is, I learned that, and later also people used to call for the first year engineering students and others. Even in IITs, it doesn't go that well. I found I am good to talk to people who are done about 10 years of work, whatever they are. They could be IAS officers to anything. Then I can share with them the life-related work is very, very different. Profession-related work is very different. So that's what I am going to do. Okay? I can tell you all about the realities of modern life. Of course, all means I can't tell everything here, but I know. You can ask in the questions also. Then modern life, emerging new technologies, businesses, security situations. You people have to think about it. You young people, you have to imbibe in their mind. Security is going to be one of the very major activity in the modern world. Security of variety, not only cyber, including terrorism and all that, for both boys and girls. Eventually, sooner or later, which come eventually, when I say it is no longer 25-year visions. 25-year vision, if somebody is tall, is all nonsense now. It is now 5 to 7 years. Companies change the business plans within 3 to 4 years. If they don't, they will perish. This is so in several other technologies. I don't want to. Technology means when I say it will end up in business. Otherwise, it is not technology. It is some research paper done in Indian University of Science, etc. They can say, oh, I had a glory. That is all. It won't end up in any product. If you can, in the case of this one, I already told you varying degrees of cognitive capability. Now you don't have, you have something preset with you, but still you can shape. Because fortunately, they say there is a plasticity in the brain. can keep on doing it. So that is what you have to do. And I am not here to tell you, tell anybody, I am not saying, STEM. The world is much bigger than STEM. But STEMs are very crucial for the world. But you have to end up in everybody scientist, everybody into this, the world cannot run. That also one should know. So, and soon, what you are going to face, be ready for it. The situations also will soon come where the schools are not assessed by JEE. Today, how many people in NEET? We went. That is the best teacher. I know some people in Delhi, some of the very good principals. They are all, I think some of them got Padma Bhushan or something like that also. How many malpractice, unethical practices they used to follow so that they can get their students doing it. I won't describe all that thing because you should not trigger your mind. So, here, all this NEET, BEAT, etc. are going to go away. Means those exams will remain. Like American systems, the scores are there, but admission today, why it is getting into corruption? Is because you are ranking and then saying your doors are closed. If you don't go beyond that. Then I want to somehow get a door and then get to open or jump through somewhere. It will happen. I knew when the JEE was expanded for the IITs beyond, it will get into problem. It's not the professor or anybody. He's a human, this one to get somewhere. And then when you are having 13 lakh aspirant with one. Similarly, in IITs will be somewhere about 10,000, 20,000 seats. And aspirants are 20 lakhs writing. So, all these will disappear. Not because of this corruption case. Corruption is not a big issue at all, unfortunately. Indians are masters in corruption. We will just say, somehow, can I get this thing, one seat? Chalo. Where do I want to give? They will give also. Can I give by GPay? No, sir, no cash. Cash only, they will arrange cash also. So that is not a main issue. The reason is, the end products are not going to be assessed only by this very narrow filter. The jobs will demand that one. That is what they are doing already in the US universities and all. Now in India, or judges will say, what is the criteria? Those things will disappear. They themselves will collapse. Because Delhi, they try to give even what is the admission to the preschools. If you remember, you go and check it. And they collapsed. Whether the MA degree, for father, mother, both having this much mark, all that they gave. They think, because they thought we want justice. Life, nothing is justice. You can have some reasonable practices. So here, that will be several things done in the school and outside, enabled by the school, and how that shapes the students, how should they shape the youth, is what is going to be assessment for the future. Are you going to be ready? Is what you will have to think. You be ready for it. I am just told that the textbook academics alone will not suffer. They don't disappear. Don't think that all AI and all will go, these things won't go. That cognition capability won't be that. I had to introduce Newton's law, only to say later that it is limited. You can't start with quantum mechanics to a young child. You have to go through it. Same thing applies to other chemistry, biology, cell. Then you have got a problem with cells. So many other things. So be ready for it. Now let me go through some things which some of you can quickly say what it is. Very quickly, you don't have to say I am from where, because of the time I am saying. What is yes? STEM you have got. No, what is yes? Can somebody say? No, don't talk everybody. One pop up and then tell. And then rotate it so that all of you will have a chance. I have got a lot of questions. Hey Baba, who give it a big expansion? What is yes means I am not expanding to say what is science. Tell me.
S stands for science. What is science?
I think you are not hearing what I said again. Yes means I know it is science. T means technology. E means engineering. Don't repeat such silly things. This is not this mark. What is science in your perception?
Science
Okay,
is,
no, I think this one is a timeout. You know that net banking does it, timeout. Now tell me.
Hello, sir. Science is based on the natural phenomenon and it is basically to know the fact why something is going on, why birds are flying.
So engineering is not based on natural phenomena?
Yeah, it's based, but
So
science,
science is based on natural phenomena as if all other things are not natural phenomena?
whatever things are going on in our nature, to find out the reason why something is going on, it's science.
Okay, you are trying to understand how things are working in nature.
Yeah.
It is based on nature, it's not there. You are under nature is there, you don't know what it is. You are trying to understand it. Okay.
Okay.
Then what is it? How does the scientific research takes place? Come on, tell one more. What is the knowledge? How will you create that knowledge? There are so many people who are doing PhDs and all. How it has contributed to some knowledge? They are good science people, respected people. But you won't even know, you can't even explain what they have done. Huh? Anybody?
Observation, experiment, experience from previous.
Observation,
Experience,
experience.
experiments.
experiment and
text.
experience, or experiment and experience and experience.
Experiment and experience and texting the fact and
Testing the facts, how will you, with a vis-a-vis what?
like laws testing.
You don't, when they create a new law, you don't test with something. When you are attempt to create new law, I am not going to give you detailed answers because many of them are in my website. How many of you have done your own homework before coming to this talk? I find that mostly Indians, whether they are experienced people or students, or none of them do any work. Have you tried to find out what is Jayaraman? And then so many of the YouTube talks are there by him. Mine is there, and somebody Senthil's is there. Senthil just say what it the TLC. I now know only as TLC. You have got you have a particular name for it, no? Nanoskool. Have you seen any of it prepared? You know all the people. You would not have done. I am sure about it. I won't ask a question how many have done or not because I don't want to embarrass. As students I can ask, but not to the experienced teachers. Okay, I am not going to tell it. You find out what is science. It's very, very more complicated. Okay. Then is rocketry science? Huh? Oh, what you tell me? Just only one chance, no? I am going to make your teachers to.
Okay, according to me, science is just asking questions about how things work.
How things work.
Yeah.
Asking questions only.
Just asking questions and curiosity and just trying to find out about how things work and how things function.
Yeah, it's basically right. But actually when you start doing the research, I keep on asking, how is the thing is flying? How that is there?
Researching
How did
behind
somebody, then how do they start doing research?
by like reading research reports or like finding about what you're asking a question about, right?
Reading is not enough. When you read, you are reading something what somebody has done. Science is something which new you are creating. Anyway, we'll talk more later. But for your age, you have done a fantastic job. Now I will ask quickly. Somebody just say yes, no, or maybe is rocketry science? Yes? Yes, how many yes? No, because I asked yes, then people, then what is it? They say it is not rocket science. This word is there, no rocket science. You think about it, I am not going to give all answers. Is Infosys, Wipro, all so many who study and then go. Is it a science? Science work there? Infosys, Wipro, one of the most prestigious organizations. Is science works there? How? All your Newton's law you are going to put in there? Or chemical equations? Data mining is not in any of these. Any of these, not in either S or T or E or M. Maybe in E. but it doesn't come directly under one pocket, you can't put it in. I know excellent mathematics, I can't do data mining. I can solve a lot of integral equation, multiple integral equation, etc. When I used to do in the college, that when I see the equation, I will know, tuck, x is equal to a cot theta. Then the whole thing solves. But if you don't do, you are killed for, one gold medalist was there, he was tutor for us, we used to watch fun. I still remember him, poor man, will 1 board, 2 board, 3 board, it won't come. It would have been solved by a cot theta or something like that. So that's not enough. Anyway, now I go on, then is monsoon prediction science? Monsoon prediction? Huh? Not everywhere. Don't use the word everywhere. Everywhere is a loose word. It's all full of science here. Huh? Okay. Monsoon prediction, is it? I have a very specific question, give a specific answer. Monsoon prediction, is it science? It is science because there is a method which is there, but we don't know all the root causes of why it is taking place. It's a science. We don't know all the root causes because there are several parameters at work. They will say El Nino, El Nina, Bina, all that, ice somewhere here, all that they put, and there are multiple correlations they do. Yeah, but multiple correlations. They do a lot of observations, multiple correlations. Now that brings in a very important concept of doing correlation is also science, but correlation is not the cause. But you have to go to that step. Why it is to be done? I have written a thing, very detailed one, science, engineering, the technology and businesses. It's a very complicated correlation. That is the only step you have to go through. Now technology. Technology and engineering, what is the great difference? Anything? Because they thought that actually Americans don't use, they don't use T for engineering colleges. I bet, no? For example, they don't like. In fact, our fellows were opposing. We think that engineering is thoda haath mein kaam karta hai na. That means it's a dirty job. So they wanted to invent T. So it has become more popular. Biotechnology, information technology. But basically they are all engineering. But they are at a stage where they don't enter into the products. I know a lot about cement, this, that, a new material I have found out. That is also a part of, it's not science. A new material which can do, I have found it out. It is at the technology stage. It is to be doing heart operation, is it T? Doing heart operation, is it technology? Huh? Doing heart operation. Okay, no. You note it down and then search for yourself. I am only igniting half, most of the matchsticks have gone down. But keep at least some matchsticks for you. That is what will make you better. Clinical practice of doctors is equivalent to engineering. So heart operation is more close to engineering. Then there are also in medical field pure researchers. In the medical field, they may be equivalent to science or technology. Do they need maths? Doctors need maths? Why? What for? Give me one example. Blood pressure measurement, Arey Baba, don't tell me blood pressure measurement. BMI index, it took, then they say BMI index, they are doing that is a great maths. Accuracy that comes from the skill, not from maths. Maths never gives you skill. Maths never gives you precision. It will only say precision is bad after doing all the calculations. By the time the patient will be dead. Here the fellow has to do split-second decisions. See, it comes mainly, blood test, it's okay. It's more chemical, more biological. Lipid profile, all blood test contains lipid profile, this profile, that profile, all that, everything contains. There is some small maths there, but it will be mostly arithmetic. Little bit more of complicated arithmetic. But basically for clinical tests, Because the thing is, there is no direct causal thing they will find that this medicine works or that one works. That is why they do clinical tests. They click this, then this one, etc. With all that, they have to get certain level of accuracy. There's a lot, even to make samples, is a lot of statistical things are involved there, statistical knowledge involved there. So most doctors who are also doing in the side research, they know this much sample is necessary for giving some reasonable accuracy. Reasonable accuracy. Precision is something very different of a thing, and the confidence levels. These are all things which are involved, but they don't need to know more. And trends, how the things, heart functions trends, or some other things trends. Gait, the changes in the gaits can go, whether it is some fellow, something is going wrong. So it is there, but they don't have to do the calculations. But it is there in a field, somebody will give it. They will normally have a biostatistician whom they will consult. Okay, modern agriculture is like engineering. I am not expanding on it. The knowledge and skills in the above are essential foundation for creating new products in the modern world. Knowledge and skills. Skills are very different from knowledge. This is unfortunately, we thought if we produce more PhDs in this country, automatically things will come. Now we are struggling for Atmanirbhar because we don't have technicians. For Japanese, one engineer has got 14 technicians. It used to be there, say 80s and all, even now. It will be there. In India, we had much less. We had MBBS doctors, we had less nurses. Because we think it is below dignity to do things by hand. But AI is going to knock out, I am going to show you and tell you later. So, but no single technology. Technologies are required, this is required, all that we talked. New knowledge, new skills, yes, correct. But no single technology or engineering, where included medical and other things, etc., as a standalone will be useful for the society. People think, takak, satellite launched. It won't come into the actual utilization. Forget the multidisciplinary thing is in that. It won't come into utilization unless something else is there. But it is a trigger point. Before INSAT came, we were expanding telephone. Many of you are all too young. For only people like him and me, we will know the telephones. He also would not have got the telephone. The office for 5, 6 have to share. One big ITA based one, about 5 kg height, weight. They were slowly expanding. When the INSAT came, what was done in 15 years was done in 18 months. It was a trigger point. Similarly, many other things. I will ask some society, this one. So whether it is security or whether it is business, nothing can be standalone. Or in agriculture, every product or service requires a cluster. Remember this, if you go back, you do a lot of homework, you will help the students and you will prepare yourself for future. They are cluster of technologies and also a supply chain, input to output. If they are not there, it won't apply to society. If that doesn't take place, none of the STM and other thing, knowledge and skill are not innovation. Not told by me. The Sony chairman, fantastic talk. First innovation lecture 1969 or something, something on that time. He has done in Royal Society of Science. Our fellows INSAD, Indian National Science Academy. Oh, how will he call a Sony chairman? He would not have even a PhD. They called him for the innovation. You see some of the talks in my this thing. So he says, unless these things become into a product or service, it is not innovation. Now I will ask you a few questions. Some examples. COVID vaccination. What do you think was the trigger, like that INSAT, for that success? Take the Indian one. There are other things also. The COVID vaccination. Tell. Doesn't matter if you tell wrong. Huh? Which one? What is the COVID vaccination has been successful? Many countries. Some small problems will come, that comes in within the statistics of 1 million. But what made it? What is the trigger point? Which technology or which science you will put it in? Don't make it so broad. Then you can say life sciences, makes it much bigger.
Recombinant vaccine has been taken.
Recombinant vaccine was taken in the mRNA. But there is another technology which was done is where the dead vaccine, that is an old traditional known one. What was used for us was that. mRNA, don't mix up COVID and smallpox, I say. Please. Smallpox vaccination has nothing to do with COVID. COVID belongs to the group which comes in the cold, what we have. It's corona. So, one is virology and pharma sciences, where you are able to make the thing die and then do that. They have mastered that technology or engineering processes very well. And then they have to do some limited clinical tests, etc., etc. Suppose that is done. See the supply chain up to the last, this thing, where somebody gives, that girl who will be there mostly in the PHCs and all, one girl will be there on smartphone. Sir, telephone number, where you have put it in your CoWIN platform. And that, no, my son is, for me, son put all three of us. He had gone abroad at that time. Don't worry, sir, message will go to him, but this is enough for me. He has checked. My phone, nothing is required. That girl would not have been more than 12, standard pass. I have seen it. And it would be so every other. From that delivery down to look at many things, the injection. Know that you have done this one, safety requirement, the injection. You see so many of them have clustered. Otherwise it won't come. Then the production technology of such a this thing, delivery. CoWIN platform by itself is a fantastic one. So in other words, if that is all not there, it won't work. Now, I will tell you about UPI. You given a UPI. Is it an achievement at all? Yes. Daily you do that, but none of you will recognize UPI is as big as a big Chandrayaan mission. I will tell you. But we don't celebrate. Because those fellows have not done, they have not come and made a song and dance. Because it is somewhere invisible. We thought that the financial inclusion and everything, the whole financial thing has been transformed. But look at that also. It is only not the UPI. There are so many things confluencing into them. And above all, remember something, it is not all technologies alone. There are some ordinary fellows also. If you don't have the QR code, with that vegetable hawker. So you just go and produce your QR code and then bring it down. The fellow is not going to have, the fellow is surviving for life. He can't have a very big smartphone or this by his side. So somebody creates for them, such and such, Y.S. Rajan, such and such. He creates for me, I am doing this business. He creates for me and then it is to be printed and physically delivered. That's all. Thousands of fellows have done it. If they are not there, it won't work. Same thing, COVID has thousands of fellow health workers to ordinary fellows, account fellow to everything. Okay. Your Netflix and all you will enjoy, OTT platforms. You look at them. How many confluence of so many things have come to make it possible. But Netflix is a great innovation of doing it that way. Your cinema and other things. That is behind it is something called VFX technologies. I am purposely not going to expand VFX. You go and find out. The VFX technologies is what gives the, and then from that there are lip syncing, so many things, speech synthesis, variety of them had been existing. They link up. Then art, writers, It is this. You write the supply chain for it. Inside supply chain, outside supply chain. Same thing will be Google search for a data. You think that, aa gaya. You know the amount of content which they generate? In India, I know, I don't want to name that IIT, which particular one IIT has been doing research in language. I have seen it when DST has dumped so much money on them. Language translation. More than 50 years. None of them did. But these guys have done it and then done in language. Then you choose the amount of fellows who have done in the background for it. And then those technologies which come. There are so many other things. So you choose. Now, Wikipedia and all. Tirupati, Laddu, and Darshan. You see the supply chains there, which has made it easy. It's a great innovation. Now you can get it by, because of this one, Amazon or all, you need not even go there and get it. You can get virtual darshans. So now you can tell me any item, any other service, I will tell you what is the supply chains are. So remember this, there is a cluster of technologies, not necessarily new ones, many old ones, many known ones, which were buried 10 years ago, you have resurrected it. All that together and supply chain up, down. If that is not there, they will at least be, why I am telling this, you cannot tell your students only that part. Their job will be one small part of that supply chain they should master in their life. Everybody cannot be becoming an astrophysicist or something called pharmacology, you do that. So it is that you have to prepare your children's mind right from the beginning. So remember, cluster and input-output supply chains, hundreds and thousands. You should place this idea in the minds of all students so that they can function in real life with several such linkages. You should have, they will say, oh, I am going to become a great aeronautic, I am going to find out something else. No. Things have become very complex. Today, one scientific law breaking, going for next step onwards, there are thousands of papers, lakhs of papers which come. They are all small. Suddenly some jump takes place. But that is all well thought out. Now I have to touch upon this over. Now I have to touch upon a real life thing which is coming before you. It will be 4 years, 5 years, maybe faster. Now, how many of you have played around with AI? ChatGPT, Bard, free ones or paid ones? How many of you? Hardly? How many? Franklin, I am not counting you. Among the teachers and principals, very limited of you. You should play. See, your school may not give you that money for paying the advanced one. At least you play around with the lower ones. Some of them are muck. I found out some useless wrong data also. But some of them are useful. So, but it is there. Will it replace teachers? Yeah? Why? Just because you are there and you have got a teachers union.
No, sir. Actually, it cannot replace the teacher for many reasons. Number one is how much of AI is there in the classroom now also. A human touch, emotional touch, that is can be given only by teacher, number one. The AI can never replace the emotional
Okay.
touch, number one. Number two is that, as you said, but even with the paid, elevated versions, many a time the information the AI gives is not.
No. I am saying now.
Now.
5 years from now, you are going to be beaten out of it. I saw last time GPT to now, it is improving. Don't say that they are going to be static. They are going fast ahead. Don't give that as a reason. That emotional touch of teacher, yes, there is a point there. Emotional touch, but you can't be just, I am the whole time, I am carrying NCERT syllabus was like this and all that. Your student will throw you out because the student has got much more better information through the AI which has come. They would have also given some images where to give that emotional touch. Don't mistake it. The NTT, all the things will. So it's not easy. doctors, scientists, artists, judges. All of them going to be impacted. Recently, I was giving a talk. There was only 10 minutes. Normally, 10 minutes is too. This thing was just facilitating children who are getting national awards. I told about the AI taking over. Be careful, because AI is also having a very bad thing about it. That is the problem with AI. It requires discerning. The discerning part, that will remain even much later, because they have to keep on learning it. The trouble is, AI depends upon, remember this, AI depends upon what is there in the electronic world. Written or spoken in the electronic. If I have kept a book here, which I have written original, which is not there in the electronic form, it cannot track it. Okay, that is its defect. So AI, because of that, if some fellow who is very powerful or much more wealthy can put all sorts of muck in it to prevail on their viewpoint, whereas the persons who don't have, their things will not be there. Many of the languages which will not be around. That is the problem. So therefore, we have to be, that doesn't mean, I won't say that, yeah, come on, throw it out. No. AI, we will have to create lot of correct information into it and put in electronic form. Don't say, oh, this is wrong. Correct things and then put it somewhere else. So then it will go and capture it. But that is the very same reason it cannot go, it is only things which are around, even much later. Because it appears that the self-intelligence creation is not that simple. Because no, I won't get into big philosophical and other questions about whether the free will, mind, what is the mind? Nowadays, most psychologists and neuroscientists are fighting. They said it's no longer in the brain. It is mind is something different. So those things, whether it can capture, I don't know. Very unlikely. But you have to do. But what is going to go away? Your teachers, you can't teach the same way. Even now with a Google search something, your children are ahead. So many of the routine jobs, remember this, what AI will knock out, very rightly will be routine jobs. This is not only with this, many other things also. Routine jobs will be knocked out, whether it was in factories or whether it is there, is taking place. Ordinary coding is gone. But still, when the code is generated by it, somebody who oversees it. Among the, see, that artist was very, oh, no, we are creative people, nothing can be done. But I didn't want to do in that other one. Talking we can't do. I said that, watch out. I said, Hollywood, script writers went on strike. 3 months, 4 months. You know what for? Any one of you have read it? Because Hollywood said, we are paying hell of a lot of money for you. Why do we want? I can create much of the script by AI. So they did. Then finally they arrived at some compromise. So what will happen is, out of the script writers, somebody will oversee some of this etc. 10 years. Then out of 10 people, only one will be there. So even in teachers, there is going to be a transformation of a sort, which will be, I do not know now. Then another thing. If I put it simply, all disruptive technologies do this, is not only this, satellites and all that have done it, which do not have the need of individual personal touch. Healthcare services, nurse will be there. The person who gives injection will be there. Many in USA now are going for, many boys and girls are not going for higher studies. After 12, they are going for blue collar work. Because your Amazon delivery, that box cannot be made AI. It has to be done. Agriculture has to be so. I will leave at that. So social, such new jobs are not routine, don't involve special human touch, will go. Some blue collar work may do. But what about agriculture, waste management, they are all gone? They are going to become more and more. Remember one thing, water requirement for your ordinary cloud. Oh, I have served it in cloud. You know, ordinary data center, it takes 10,000 households water per day. America, many places, many states, they are moving out because the water drained. So that means they will have to keep on recycling and other thing. That recycling means you get electric power. That electric power cannot be coal-based. Your solar won't give everything. Decentralized, distributed in nuclear power sources will be required. These are all new things which are coming. It's not the old, huge ones. They are there. What I am telling is not science fiction. It's actually taking place. Lot of things commercial companies are investing. So many of the recycling, waste management, agriculture, water management, energy source, they all will become. I am not listing all of them. Okay. Now, security services will become much and more, including terrorism, will become a part of it. They will also use AI, create problems, because anything new done, because I used to say beautiful songs, melodies also become war cry songs to make this one. So, disaster management. Then geriatric services, people like us, we are all 80, I don't know how much we will go further, but many of you people will all go to 100. Not a blessing. Okay? But statistical fact. Then services for differently enabled. Autism, not only autism, there are several other things which are there. It will become a necessity. Economic necessity, not just a compassionate one. So, these are all new, will be required on a massive scale. India is already having 12 or 14 crore old people, it will increase. As every year passes by, people go into 60, senior citizen. So, therefore, you need to worry about, all of you personally as well as for students, about the physical and mental fitness. Avoid abuse, misuse, disuse of your mind or body. Even for you people, I am telling you. What is it? I have explained in my website. Go and read if you care to. These are the three things. Now, I am out. Then one more thing. This vision business. Good. But don't try to be enamored by it. India is going to become, we don't know what the other fellows are doing. Or I am going to do, we are going to be the masters in the world. You have to keep doing in your particular one what are coming. What are all the side impacting things which can come. But attention to detail is something totally missing in Indians. Very bad. So they think, oh, we are all great. Oh, I think only this one. I am a leader. The manager has to look at all that. It is a slightly longer vision. Something is required, 3 to 5. It is not that, let me come, let me see what is there tomorrow. I am not telling you. You have to have 3-4 years and then change yourself accordingly. But your attention to detail of all these things, interactions are necessary. Over. Now QA, as you want, you can ask. I'll note it down. Okay. Now, questions, I'll cluster the questions. 3, 4, quick. You are audible. I don't know you are audible to there. My ear is still okay.
My question is it the bringing of technology into the classroom reduces the emotions of students?
Okay.
If we plan for adopting AI in our schools.
Okay. You're not AI. You already during COVID time you were all doing something. Okay. Next. I'll cluster some 4 or 5 questions and answer.
Do the schools have to rediscover themselves in terms of what?
Rediscover. This is a big topic in itself. Okay. Next.
So unlike previous generations, this generation children, they are, any profession if you take, it involves team. You cannot isolate. you cannot isolate any science away from a profession. Every profession includes STEAM. So in this generation, some children find it hard, especially if they are.
So in other words, teamwork is necessary, which this current generation is finding hard.
Yes.
So you meant that in our side, in our age, we were all best team players?
No, sir.
No, that is what you are implying.
No, sir. No, sir.
So if you just say how to make team generation in the children, it's a different thing.
STEAM.
STEM. Oh, STEAM. I heard it as, yes, has gone. That is a part of the audio system. Audio, not in this audio system. Here, because that fibers, fork, the STEAM.
STEAM is necessary in this current generation. Most of the children.
Necessary, but are they willing? Are you people ready? You will say, I am maths itself. First of all, if you say chemistry, say, are you physical, organic? Now then they are biochemical. They won't touch. See this great institution. Even they will have separate ones. They won't do. It is the problem of the academic, not of the student.
Sir, I'm a homeschooler. I have taken out my children for this reason. But I would really want
Steve,
schools to do this.
Next question.
Sir, your inputs on how can students be made future ready?
That is what I was telling. How to make them future ready.
So I have a specific question regarding your advent of AI now, emerging trend in AI.
Okay.
With this fast emerging trend in AI invading all our, so-called jobs or positions or whatever, are we going more towards the basic where, we are forced to be with the earth, like agriculture? Okay, professions like that. Do we have to engage our students more into that kind of thing, like art, painting, agriculture?
Don't say arts. Arts was always there, irrespective of what it is. Arts can only survive when there is wealth. You can't go and to a poor man, come on, I am going to show you this.
Okay.
So don't mix up things.
Okay, fine.
Agriculture and other things, arts existed even before. Which one? Which age? What you are giving are all STEM only. No. What you want is, I want more equipment and other things to be done. That's a different question, saying that you are having physics, chemistry, biology, this one, that one, falana, everything is there. The exhibition alone don't give it. You have to do lab. Okay, I will address that. Yes, okay. Facilities, you are calling us facilities.
Yeah, sir. My question is that, though we all understand that the importance of skills in education, but there's a disconnect when it goes to the assessment, because assessment always focus on the knowledge part of it, and the important critical aspects of the skills gets lost, whether it's STEAM or any other discipline also. So how can, as a school, we bring that focus into the skill education?
Good. Now, I think at this point, I will answer the questions, and then we will have the next tranche. Bringing technology to education. Always take things which don't work, people reject. Okay? Starting from the Gurukulam. That was not only for us, earlier also it would have been only oral. Went to some writing. Printing was a great step in education, without which now you are able to do. Then coming to these things, computer and other things, very good. Now, many of the additions and subtraction, the way what we did, we were told 1 by 16th, 1 by 16th, 1 into 16 is this, is all that we will do. It is no longer necessary. You should know what the basics of arithmetics are. That is a wastage of time. Because when he was asking BMI index, someone of you should have told, sir, I will take out my calculate and tell. You don't have to do mental calculation. He belongs to the age of mental calculation. I am also belong to the age of mental. I do everything. Even now, when the other printout comes, I will see it myself. That is necessary a little bit, but it did not become essential. So many of those skills which are there, every skill, every technology If you know how to use it, it becomes better. The technologies come not only for the teaching methods, but also in terms of labs. The labs, what we had to now, can become much better. Because you got mental calculation, you can do the pipette and all, you don't have to struggle. Like that it will come, the drop comes or not properly. So those things it can be useful. So therefore don't think that technology has done any bad. It actually enhances human capability. That is why people are creating technology and engineering. Otherwise it will be thrown out. Anything will be rejected by human beings. They are ruthless in rejecting it, howsoever they are. So therefore not a problem. How to discover the schools, I will come back last. Unlike the persons in the generations, you say the STEAM is not a problem. It is there. The mindset was because of, in India, elsewhere also it was there, but in India, we resisted this, I am this. It is happening in all IIT. They all talk multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary and everything. They will talk and go. To do that, you have to have an empathy. Everybody cannot be forced. For example, nanotechnology. The man who discovered was not from here. A man, he was an Egyptian scientist who migrated to, I'm giving it as an example, he migrated to USA long ago. He migrated to USA. This fellow's fascination in the chemistry work, he wanted to do some higher studies. His fascination in the one, have you, any one of you done brown ring experiment? Huh? Brown ring experiment? You are done, no? To create that brown ring is tough. If you do a little extra, you are finished. So the brown ring formation, this fellow has been fascinated by it, how it forms. So he went and asked some other people, he went to instrumentation fellow, he went to this fellow and other thing. They said, yes, but we don't have necessary instruments for it now. We will do. So he was pursuing with them and all of them were cooperating with him. One from instrumentation, another from observation, spectroscopy and all. Then it is these people who were able to do that action takes place at that nano level, atom level. That is how nanotechnology, nanosciences are born. Then nanotechnology. Like this, you will find origin in every of them. Okay? So if it comes to a higher level of things, people have to work. People come with the different items to ISRO. Chemical, this fellow, that fellow, mechanical. If all of them are not together, the rocket won't go, the satellite won't go, EMI, so many other things. There people learn by work. Here what has happened is our academics are not being made accountable for anything except for marks. Okay, so therefore what happens is they don't have to deliver. There the fellow cannot say, no, I don't know chemistry, so I won't deal with it. He has to load the propellant into it, and that is another technology. This thing, very pressure, high pressure and all that thing. So it comes from an attitude of if some of you can do and create, you can't do basic research there, can create a thing where some jointly you do something and show, so that the students can demonstrate it. That is what will create, saying that unless we 4 or 5 of us are together, it won't work. Some of them can be in thought experiment. Can I solve this? Can I solve that? That type of thing. Now, how to make students future ready? I had explained already to you. Don't try to say that, oh, you are all going, you are all the future, the future of India is in your hand. You are the great. You have to occasionally inspire, but you have to reprimand also. Are you good? Are you ready means you have to be ready. If you are not ready, your students won't be ready. Okay? That will actually answer the question of Senthil, how to rediscover this. You have to be ready for those items. Earlier, things were moving very slow. We were like frogs. I will tell you one thing where some biology teacher here? One biology teacher, okay. If I put suddenly my hand in a hot water, cold water bomb, a hot water will take off. But on the contrary, put a frog. But don't do this experiment, it's cruel. But it is a real. Put this thing, put in the cold water. Fellow will be happily, so much of water available. You can put some little fish and other thing, or you will be eating and then happy. Put a stove on. Warm, 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 warm. Fellow will still be enjoying. Then, when it comes to somewhere about 70 degrees centigrade, the fellow feels it, but doesn't have energy to pull itself up. Can you tell me the reason? Biology. Don't say big words, don't use. It's a very simple one. Okay. It is a cold-blooded animal.
Yes, sir.
It's a cold-blooded animal. Therefore, not that it has to be. There's no other way. Snakes and other things they will keep on. That is why during a big summer and all, they go down. They hibernate. Then when the monsoon comes, it's okay. Whereas we are warm-blooded animal, it is controlled. But of course, when it goes to 52, 53, then the machine collapses. So, this is happening is how to make them, you are all happy. Teachers union were there for protecting teachers. Exams, NCRT syllabus or CBSE syllabus, you can always blame the syllabus. It is out of syllabus. Student says it is out of syllabus. Then you give grace mark for it. Then we want uniform, this thing of one narrow test in 3 hours, determine the fate of a young child. So everybody is oriented towards it. You want to be future ready, you have to have, this rigmarole will be there. Your management will throw you out if you don't give so much of NEET and other things there. You do on one side. But other side of it is, as I told you, look at many areas. You can do a lot of thought experiments there. As a unit, UPI, how many are involved? Your disaster management in a satellite. Do that, give that as a project. Then future something, if AI, if it impacts, how it will impact. If agriculture comes, what happens? These things you can initially give as a thought experiments and then prepare the children it is out of course. Many parents will resist it. No, don't divert our students. Because I know no innovation can be done in India after 8th. 9th, 10th, 11th, nowadays they start in 8th. This is pumped to see that need. But all that are going to collapse. So you become future ready for such a this thing. Then the advent of AI, other things won't go away. All civil engineering will be there, everything will be there. Don't think that all the thing which has gone off will be lost. What is happening is this will help to aggregate things and do things faster. Say for example, literature survey. A PhD student spends somewhere about 30 to 40% of the time in finding out literature survey because they are forced to write it. This can be done in 2 to 3 weeks. What they have to check is it all correct? Some journal is there or not, they have to spend 1 more week. Or they can give it to another colleague to see it. So that way they are all productivity enhancing. None of them can take away. The STEM facilities you will have to create for yourself. You have to tell the management on small item. If you do such thought experiments, then that means you people have to work in teams. What I heard it wrongly, you have to work in teams. Not just, we want more for chemistry lab, more. Can you do something like that? Okay. Assessment of knowledge. Yes, that is the basic fundamental defect of our academic system. Because also it is because of parents. Everybody wants justice. Justice. They think that one exam, one this thing and ranking it is just in a way correct. But the same students, set of students, nobody has done an experiment, do this test over the students 10 times, 10 different times. Results will be different. Mental framework, this one, the questions are different. But still we are using it. We think the Supreme Court spends time on it. That should be in US systems. All of them are non-judiciable. They will not come in. How the academics work, how the academics assess. They will come only, you break the common laws. You did some molestation, you did something else, you murdered, you threatened, those things only they come. So here, marks. So this thing is going to collapse. You all have to work for it. But as of now, you can't do much, principals or anybody, but do some side experiment. Now, if I can take another tranche 2, 3. Yeah. Tell me.
As a whole, what needs to be done to get India on the map there compared
On the map where?
with the competing with the other countries, US, Korea, Singapore, Finland?
Why should you compete?
Not because we are not doing that great in the education system.
Why should you compete? See,
Not compete, sir, but we need to do...
Okay, this I will answer straight away. See, the thing is like this. We are the first. You know how many of you all belong? I didn't want to tell that. You belong to a separate class of schools in India. Okay? There are bulk of schools of India, they don't have any of this. We can't even talk to them that way. Because I have gone to all of them. Or most of them. I have gone to Bihar, I have gone to everywhere. So, there, the requirement is different. They can be prepared for the new, the blue collar jobs and other things for the new world if it comes. If they prepare themselves for one small portion of the agriculture in which they can come so that the supply chain is filled. That is what they should concentrate on. There will be only some who will be the so-called international school. I had done some strategy about 7 or 8 years ago. So-called international schools will be 1,000. It may be 2,000 now. And many of them, how international they are, we don't know. They will say, I will do horse riding, I will do this, bachelorette and all that. Then comes the CBSE fellows. And that also is a huge variation. You are all very, what is that called? The upper strata of the you will not be cream dala cream, but upper strata of it. So you want to compete, you compete with Korea, you compete with anybody else. That is not the main item. Main item is that, not this, that is, all these are bunk, not relevant for our country or Indians. I am not against comparing, but our comparing should be in the outcome as to what we generate. Are we doing new innovations? This institute has been there more than 100 years. Even an email, hotmail.com was done here, not here. Outside. The fellows who are here, they make some study. That any fellow will do some study. I won't give credit to Professor Indiration used to say, these children are basically bright. He was a great man in IIT. Only credit we can take it, we are not spoiled them. So they go away. So they do there because that system is different. So you need to see products out of products, I mean services also coming out of UPA. Therefore, I am great. I am proud of it. CoWIN platform is great. Or the way we have done Aadhaar is great. The way we have done EVM is great. Such a EVM system, every other fellow will say so many things. You can't do it. Elon Musk is not the final of everything. The fellow doesn't even know that these are not Wi-Fi enabled or Bluetooth linked. When you don't have it, you can't hack. You have to physically go and hack. The alternative was physical taking away. We have voted in time where once I went to voting booth, then I ran away in Delhi. Okay? So, these are all great. Now, we need to do some things which are there in the new, relevant for us first. And that relevance which you do in such a massive scale will become a model for others because you have got a huge size of country. Yes?
When we talk about government schools in our country, very rural schools.
Are you from government school?
Teacher education only, sir. Huh? I am a professor in teacher education.
Professor in teacher education, okay.
Yeah.
So you have gone one level higher than...
No, sir.
Okay.
No. I never think like this.
Not you as a person. Your activity is one level higher than that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So actually when we talk about government schools, we could see more in numbers of students in the classroom, which could not be managed by our teachers. And when we talk about this STEAM education and any innovative programs in the classroom, we need, the number of students should be less. So what can a teacher, from the point of teacher education, how can we equip the teachers to address this situation? Because we talk about customization.
It is not an easy problem to solve. Let me tell you, I don't have solutions for everything, but I know the issues. But you should also note that there is something called economics of it. You do that rate, they will increase the teachers. Number of teachers, wherever, whichever state, there is not one state I have seen where there is a teacher scam, teacher recruitment scam is not there. So you increase it, then they will give some falana degrees, B.Ed. Many of the vice chancellors themselves have told me, I was also a vice chancellor, oh, they will say, God, I don't know when they take it away. Nothing. So that is not going to solve. It is a very complex process. But teacher, to become that type of teacher, one's attitude is necessary. Here, many of them have gone because they get a job there, permanent job there in the government school. That's all. And the number of students, you want to cut down schools, number of students mean number of classes have to be increased. You see what is the cost of it. So we need to do some other things like different shifts. If you do different shifts, then again parents will do. Then some NGO will write. You yourself will write one article saying that how children should be done in the morning, they are very fresh. So you have to find some very complicated local solutions.
Sir, I was asking why, because we are now in the process of ITEP, Integrating Teacher Education Program, combining
you
it with
you do it, but that is why you said high level means high aggregate levels don't solve. That is why I said attention to detail is necessary. What I find out a solution in near Hubli will not be there in Tumukuru. Okay?
Right.
Because I have gone physically to many of them. Even here, there was a school, government school, which has converted some classes into English. They are not modern school. They are done locally themselves. Near Chikbalapur, some villages have gone. I found some children who were so good that Nirmalananda Swamiji had asked me long ago to talk to them. They were only 10th standard students. Past they are getting into. They were getting into 11th PUC. All of them are sad. They can't even talk Kannada. I can't talk. They can't do anything other than Kannada. I could do. I went through from atom on. He told to talk to them from atom onwards. I was going up. I came up to the biology level also. The way the children were doing, in one of the things I have written, I told manganese dioxide, and then while writing, my hand went and the two were talking there. And I said, what are you talking there? They are all sad. Sir, you said manganesium, then you did Yaman. You have written MG. Okay? So I wanted to know what is the origin of these students. Therefore, I went and explored some actual schools. There, when they said, they got, then I caught hold of the science teacher. So what do you find a difference between the Kannada medium school children to this? These ones are, sir, very focused. Means focused on what? Focused on exam. Those who have gone into English medium, because the parents have put him there into this. The other children are very curious. They ask a lot of very good questions. They ask. But what does it get lost? Okay, because they can't even go beyond 8. Many of them cannot go beyond 10. So, aggregated, there are a lot of things NCRT will do, MHRD will do, every state will do, you do it. That's also, I am not derogating it. You have to do it, there is some usefulness. But don't lose the touch with the ground realities, which are all what makes it. There are all 24 million schools or something like that. Or 2 million schools, 24 million. I used to say I didn't want to flood you with statistics. Each one is micro. It is that micro that helps. Even in rocketry and other things, after we doing the propellant, we have to see whether the cracks are there. Okay, that is to be physically inspected. If it is not, I mean, those things come, X-rays and all that are there. So, life is much more complicated. A disease for a doctor is each patient is different. You can't just generalize the cardio, these things. Each one, that is why the experience counts. So, this all is a complex sociological problem, physical problem, economics problem, and everything. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Don't try to simplify the thing. So a few papers by honored professors and then some from Indian Institute of Science, IITs, all of them will bless it. I was surprised to see NCRT syllabus being certified by top scientists of the country. That's dangerous. Because that fellows cannot even teach in the 12th standard. I know that I cannot do. Okay? I can't do even a BSc. But there are many other things I am good at. So, by so and so, the big, so that NCRT, everybody thinks that great NCRT book. It doesn't work. It has to be done at that level. Anything else? Over? I think you are saturated enough. Now, Senthil's question is, how they will have to rediscover is, you have to do all this with the emerging one. The rediscovering of the past is okay. Even NEP and all will become obsolete in a sense. NEP is an aggregated document. It's somewhat of a much more bolder step than all the plethora from 1986 onwards. I have read it. I know each of them. I used to have copies. I have now thrown them off away because many of them are available in the net. PDF copies and all if I have to refer. That way it is noble. But unfortunately, Indian minds don't take noble thing. Everybody asks, what is it? Whether you add one more, can I use this school? Hundreds of things would have gone to them. MHRD will give one. They will put a committee. They will give this one. Then it becomes a regulation. NEP's basic thrust was allow the teacher to do. That means your assessment systems have to change. They should have told that about 2-3 lines only. Our assessment systems should change on multiple capabilities of children, which is outcome based for a future emerging country, art, everything. In artists, I just say, oh, I will be vocal. I am the greatest of the vocal one. I did under, so what is that? Greatest. You have to know how to use speech synthesis. A.R. Rahman has told in one place. Earlier, music director will ask for this change, that change, that change. It will take about 3 to 4 weeks. One, no, can you make some change? He will be able to give 4 or 5. He says within a week, I give them 25 options. Basic singing, but using speech synthesis. Okay? So, this is the emerging world. How to adapt to a children for that emerging world. That is all, that freedom should be given to the teachers. And teachers, how they deal with, I don't want to tell. That is, you people have to decide. How do you do, whether the principal will have the final say. If the principal has the final say, there is a problem. The principal should not have the final say except for 1 or 2 matters. That is what I learned from Professor Dhawan. Professor Dhawan he had all the powers, but he will not, none of the decision will be, come on, over. It will emerge because of a system. That is what you have to do. So, Senthil can have several workshops on such item. Okay, thank you. I don't know whether I exceeded the time, but I thought I should interact with you.
Once again, a big round of applause. Couldn't hear, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Y.S. Rajan. That was truly enthralling, and you really captivated the audience with your vast knowledge that you shared. Thank you so much. In fact, I was, while he was talking, he asked so many questions. I was observing and also absorbing with whatever little intelligence that I have. One question was very interesting for me. He said, what does doctors have in mathematics, or what mathematics has with doctors? I was thinking on the humorous side or on the funny side, I think doctors should know mathematics. Otherwise, how will they fleece the patients? How will they do the cost calculation? Okay? So maybe doctors should know mathematics for that purpose. Anyway, thank you so much, sir. We have a small, felicitation for Dr. Y.S. Rajan. May I request Mr.
Incidentally,
Yes.
doctors don't even know what the money is.
Yes, it is hospitals. It is the hospitals, yeah. Yes. 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 Yeah, sure. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Rajesh to hand over this small token of affection and love and respect for Dr. Y.S. Rajan. Big round of applause. Congratulations.
botanical name. Botanical name or Indian name or any language you can do.
Sir, I don't know. Don't ask me.
There's got a lot of images. And then somebody said that this is what it is. I don't know. Please, your question is not correct. You will correct it. Anyway,
Principals, teachers, I'm very happy to announce that Nanoskool, probably for the first time in India, are coming out with a book on STEAM. I don't think any other organization or institution has published a book on STEAM. I request the dignitaries from Nanoskool and IDF to come on the podium so that, on the stage, so that...
I'll read about the book.
Yeah, Mr. Sai is going to give a brief about the book. Please.
Thank you. The STEAM books which are being released now are aligned with the National Curriculum Framework 23 and are designed to foster a cross-curricular approach moving beyond traditional subject-oriented teaching. This book integrates science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics into a unified learning experience that encourages students to see the connection between different fields. By incorporating future technologies and real-world application, STEAM books prepare students for the rapidly evolving job market and technological landscape. These emphasize hands-on activities, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills, making learning both engaging and practical. Ideal for modern classrooms, this book helps educators introduce innovative concepts and methodologies, ensuring that students are well equipped to navigate and contribute to the future. These books are designed in collaboration with the South Korean team, and this is one of the first comprehensive STEAM textbooks in India. And these books are available free of cost to all the schools. Thank you.
May I? Yeah. Yes. Has no value. May I now request Nanoskool and IDF dignitaries to come on stage for a quick photo. Please. About 5 or 10 minutes of photo shoot. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I request all of you to be seated. It'll just take a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you once again, all of you. We will now take a short tea break. It's being served in this side of the auditorium. We will have a break for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we will start with the next session. Thank you. Request all of you to proceed for coffee break. It should be for about 15-20 minutes so that we can start the next session. ಆನ್ ಇದೆ ಆನ್ ಇದೆ ರೆಡ್ ಲೈಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಯಾ ಓಕೆ ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? Can I request all of you to finish your tea break and come back so that we can start the session? Ladies and gentlemen, ಆಚೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ Okay. 350. Oh, okay. Just one. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. Futural in case.
check, check. Check, check.
Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Hello. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಸ್ಪಾಂಜ್ Hello, hello. Check, check. Check, hello. Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your small break. What we are going to do now is we'll play a short video about Indian Development Foundation. Yeah, please. Thank you all for patiently watching that short video on Indian Development Foundation. We start the next session with Dr. A. Sendilkumaran. He is a chief confluencer and co-founder the Learners Confluence. He is also the chief mentor and director of Excel One. Dr. Sendilkumaran, with over 3 decades of experience in the educational field, he started groundbreaking work in the form of Learners Confluence, an educational service in India. The Learners Confluence is an educational program focused on developing platforms for teachers with the goal of enhancing peer learning as well as knowledge sharing. Dr. Sendil was the principal counselor and head education excellence initiative of CII Institute of Quality until July 31st, 2016. He joined CIIQ in April 2002 and till recently has been helping educational institutions to accelerate their journey in excellence in India and abroad. Dr. Sendil worked as a faculty member of the strategic core group in Christ College, which is now Christ University, Bangalore, for the last 10 years before embarking on the journey with CIIQ. His most recent initiative is bringing in PISA for School Assessment Program, developed by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, that provides individual schools with an opportunity to benchmark their students' performance internationally in key subjects like mathematics, reading, and science. Dr. Sendil has shown himself to be a passionate teacher, a catalyst for change, persistent, and a leader with expressiveness for excellence in all fronts of his work in the education system. May I now request Dr. Sendil to take over with a big round of applause. Thank you.
First of all, namaste to everybody. I said namaste. Yeah, welcome back, because after tea, I think all of us really require a little energized session. And I'm sure after hearing to Professor YSR, I think we used to call him as YSR, as YS Rajan, and somebody who's been very blunt, straight, and very open to say things as they are. Many people might have seen him in this avatar today, but I think I had the fortune of working with him for almost 10 years in my earlier avatar at Confederation of Indian Industry. Somebody who has gone to grassroots level to actually see what happens in a government school, and given us also quite a lot of, I should say, beating or heated arguments. But I think that's his style, so I think we need to respect for him, for his thought processes as such. And I think somewhere there were a couple of questions, one on scaling. How do we scale? How do we try to look at one model? I think there's no one model as such which really need to be looked at. Regarding the benchmarking, there was a question, I think, which he talked about. I think, again, I'll try to address a bit that particular part of it, because as a good shishya of him, I think it's also my responsibility to give you the kind of things which is exactly happening right now at the grassroots level. So first of all, congratulations to IDF and Nanoskool for getting over 100 plus people here to this particular hall to ignite. I think that's something which is very, very important, because this is one particular subject which has been spoken quite a lot. And I think if the people who know Mysore Dashara will always recollect with this Jumbo Savari and say that I think STEAM is coming up into India like this with a lot of grandeur and a lot of thought process. But very few people know the importance of that particular elephant which is out there. Because STEAM, education or STEAM for me is something like that particular elephant which has to be kind of brought out and to be made sure that meets. Okay. For me, I think it's very important that elephant actually in Indian context has a lot of connotations, a lot of relevance. So I think it's a shubharam for the whole STEAM education as such, which has been tried, tested by different people. But fortunately, unfortunately, people have been kind of perceiving it from different thought processes. And today my attempt is, I'm not going to get into subject domain. Let me make it very clear. I have two eminent people who will surely talk about it. I think I have you also, who will give you the gyan how exactly in Korea they are trying to introduce even history can be brought through this particular whole thought process. So it's not about that, but it is all about how do we try to make a difference. Now, So first of all, congratulations to them. And I think if one of these lights can be off. The lights will off, man, because that's just falling on the ice. This is a problem of a typical teacher, so please excuse me. I think we are not in so much of glare, so excuse me for that. So, so congratulations and once again. Some disclaimers before I start this particular whole presentation of mine, because many a times people say that, is it your view? Where exactly is the reference? So whatever I'm going to talk about here, I will have some evidences to basically support, complement, or supplement with the hands-on experience being a teacher for almost 11 years and then 15 years working with schools, directly, indirectly, trying to work with bureaucracy, try to work with your boards, whether it is CBSE, ICSE, state boards, or governments. So I will have a lot of ideas, thoughts which I overhear, or I kind of preempt, I kind of trigger also when certain things happen. And I've been somebody who wants to kind of, say things as it is. And I think that you will hear it out. So by mistake, if your school photograph comes here, I think don't blame me. It's thanks to Google. Whenever I search for something, it kind of done. I have still not got into the era of AI. I still need to experiment with this. So I'll take another couple of years to basically start using what you call AI generated images for my presentation. But right now I'll try whatever Google says, I'm trying to look at it. So what's this particular word, STEAM? And everybody is talking about. Sometime back STEM, suddenly some people felt arts miss ho gaya, so art ko bhi add kar lete hain. So it is not a bus which is driving and everybody has to kind of start looking at it. But fortunately, unfortunately, what happens, unfortunately, what happens is that many a times the people who are trying to promote the STEAM or STEM or any kind of, thought processes, they give you one perspective of it. They only give you one perspective of it. So you should not be looking at only one perspective of it. You should start looking at from the other angles of it. So by just putting an ATL lab, you're not a STEAM school. I'll show you how ATL labs many schools are projecting. Okay, that also I'll show you. But what exactly happens is when you try to talk about all these things, by just putting a book, it doesn't work. By just putting one particular training for technology, nothing happened. I still remember, I don't want to mention, so many companies, TOT training programs happened. Technology, we are going to make master trainer, this, that, so many things happened. But one COVID actually brought out the reality. And all the superheroes who were subject experts, calling themselves as gurus of subjects, suddenly became zero. And then we had all these chutku putku with 5 years of experience who knew how to, play from a mobile, do the presentation. They became suddenly hero. And then the whole imbalance happened. So I think, so where exactly the whole thought? So all that what you had failed when one COVID came in. But all that worked for you when there was a young lot with this experience. So youngsters, technology, and the anubhav of the seniors came together and then they became Bali. Otherwise, staff rooms were always divided. You'll have one gang sitting there, one is 7+, one is 14+, and one is 21+ years of experience, sitting differently. And all these 7 years are kind of, blindfolded and left in a jungle, trying to fetch for themselves, going and, madam, lesson plan kaise karna hai, ye answer kaise karna hai, Those are the only things which we have been kind of talking about, we never got into it. So my request to you is that don't try to look at from one particular element. Look at the complete curriculum. Don't try to look at only the book or only the material, only the thought process. And I think that's where it is very, very important. I have learned only 3 C's. One C is called as the concept. If the teacher understands the concept very, very well, then automatically he will be able to create that particular concept to a given context. That is the second C. The context is very, very important because concept anybody can talk about. But to sell it in Karnataka, in Tumkur, in Hubli, into a smaller kind of a segment, I think that requires a different kind of a skill set. And the third part is something which is very, very important, which is called as the connection. The third C plays the game, which is called as the connection. So that connection is only teacher can do, no AI can do. only a teacher can do. Contextualization can be done by AI, but the connection, that emotional connect, I think that's something which is very, very important when we are trying to talk about STEAM as such. And that's my little experience as a teacher or as somebody who's been working with schools across country and outside the country. But what is very, very important thought process in this is that how do you establish that particular connection? I don't know how many of you remember, there used to be an ad called as Bajaj scooters. They used to say, Hamara Bajaj. Now when that Hamara came in, automatically affinity came in. Whether we were able to, I still remember, I think those days foreign currency people used to kind of give to basically buy that particular, out of turn to buy those scooters. I think the kind of thought process. So when you're looking at STEM, don't try to look at one particular piece. Look at the whole, piece itself and understand what your curriculum framework is. Because until unless you have redefined, you have defined your curriculum framework, I think it is not going to kind of work at a school level. And most of the time, whenever we talk about STEAM, I think it's like this. Because all these areas, except this, other areas were something which people never wanted to touch. And tell me frankly, all of us are teachers here. And I think we need not be feeling shy because I hope that this will not go outside this room. Particularly the problem with 3, 4, 5 EVS subject. Take example of 3, 4, 5 EVS subject. In that particular subject, if the teacher who is teaching is a science teacher, what justice he or she is doing for other subjects, please ask yourself. If he is an art teacher, the science chapter automatically gets skipped. Is it not happening? We may not say no, but this is the actual trend. This is impacting in 6, 7, 8. When the child comes to 9, the missing what you call links, the child is not able to pick up, and then we say, "Kya padhaya aapne?" Now this is where the whole thought process is something which is very, very important for us to understand that what exactly. So where do we start with first? I think first is this curriculum rigidity. So many hours, so many things, get ready. We have a credit framework coming in, 1,200 hours. Earlier we used to always have a challenge, 220 hours, 180 working days. We were only calculating on days and all. Now hours is going to come in, and when hours is going to come in, people are already scratching. My period is only 35 minutes or 40 minutes. How will I calculate this? So don't have to worry about it. What you are supposed to worry about it, total number of periods what is being given to you. You still work on it, but then you multiply, like sir said, no, BMI index you need to calculate. You need a calculator. Teachers are very smart. They'll put one Excel. Every time you keep adding the number of classes, the Excel will keep showing certain things which is coming up. So and they'll say, okay, 1,200 are over. So it is not about 1,200 hours. It really need to be kind of looked at it. So one of the challenges which I think is there in the schools is not allowing you to play with what is being given. Even if it is done till grade 8, let me make it very clear. Even if it is being given till grade 8, when it comes to 9, 10, 11, 12, again you are trying to get skewed into it. And the problem is I hope that none of the publishers are around here, but just to make a point, but if you have 4 publishers, I need to take care of all of the 4 publishers. So I give it till first 5 years here, 3 years here, 3 years here, and last 4 years here. So I satisfy 4 different publishers. That doesn't happen. My request to you is that follow anybody, but follow one person from LKG to 12th. Because if you don't follow LKG to 12th, you don't understand the design with which this particular textbook or this particular book, which is something which has been designed for that particular segment. So my request to you is that start going back and looking at creating something which is called as your own school curriculum framework, which must contain the attributes of a student. I'm not very sure. We are all talking about competencies. How many people in this particular room also have defined what are the attributes of a student, typical attributes who comes out from your campus. So until unless you have defined the attributes, how will you come to competency? And if you're coming to the competency, to achieve those competencies, your practices needs to come in. To make sure that the practices are coming in properly, you are supposed to have a good assessment practices, which can be formative and summative. And if you have all this, then only you can have all the other things getting integrated. That is where the whole design, I think first and foremost thing, go back and ask yourself question. I know that many people have, filled in their SQA form if you're a CBSE school. ICSE very soon you will also get into that. But CBSE, right now, the people who are filling up the square, the first question itself is not there, but all the other answers are there. The first question, go back and look at the square document. First point very clearly says, do you have a pedagogical framework? We don't have. But we have all the other things. So can we rate ourselves 4? No. So we are trying to fool ourselves? No. So my request is and it's a maturity-based framework. So my request to you is that whenever you are trying to look at your curriculum framework, so please go back and start. So my belief is, I think this is creating problem for us. The second, stepping into new area, nobody wants to get into. It is like getting into one of the segmented thing. Particularly, it differentiates. In primary section, it is of different kind. In high school, it is different type. In primary section, it is the fighting for the worksheet. I created, you created. You ask your teacher, submit the worksheet. Submit the worksheet. Nobody will submit. Oh, I created. You also downloaded from somewhere, no? Even if you are downloaded, what did you do? You, instead of a parrot, there was a pigeon or a crow or a peacock or a bunny, right? But then we say, please understand, all that what you create, 50% automatically is school's property because they gave you few area, lab to try. So your worksheet always has a stake by the school. So you can't say that's my knowledge which I'm going to keep it. So please go back and go back to the higher sections. I don't want to mention that. I think there's one book which most of the maths and science teachers love. The D.D. Sharma or R.D. Sharma. See, everybody's tip that name is there. That R.D. Sharma is such a thing. It is actually a supplementary book, not a main book. But over a period of time, it became main book, and main book became supplementary. Now the problem is the parent. You have not completed all this. How the teacher is expected? That is only for practice. This is not for practice. Please understand the difference. So until unless you differentiate. So even to try something new, I think people are not wanting to try. I think all of us went through CCE. Right? And particularly in CCE, that anecdotal thing was such a mess. We were giving A, excellent and good. We were giving B, good and excellent. Only English was changing. Nothing else was happening. And after all this circus, when we sat down with the parent, he said, "Ye sab chodo, pehle batao percentage kya hai?" Where he is standing. He is more interested in that. He is not bothered about your A, B, C, D, English, whatever you have written. Nobody is bothered about it. And I'm really worried what will happen very soon when you have a holistic progress card coming in. And there is a peer assessment. There is a parent feedback. I don't know what happens. So I think this is something. So there are going to be new things which we have to start working on it. The next area which we really need to look at, lack of awareness about STEAM. People don't have full-fledged idea as such how exactly it has to be done. We are not getting into depth of it. And once we start getting into depth of it, maybe we may be finding better ways to kind of deliver it. It is like somebody who is an intern wanting to try something new, and then he comes out with something, and baki log bolte hain, this cannot happen like this, and that fellow gets shut. So probably we really need to understand that the people who are wanting to experiment, new thought processes, new things. I still remember when integration came in, whether it was CBSE or ICSE, somebody asked me, what is this integration in a conference like this? I said, nothing. Integration is very easy. They said, what? You do everything and then you start establishing a relationship. Then I had to tell them very clearly, in India, shadi se pehle rishta we find out ki kaise this particular boy and girl are connected or families are connected. But unfortunately, in integration, we do everything and then try to say what is maths in it, what is science in it. That doesn't work like this. During the design, do you have that particular thought process at the back? And I say, go back and start looking at, you don't have to look at anybody. Go and look at that particular Bhelpuri fellow. Because that Bhelpuri fellow tells, so beautifully talks about integration. He looks at you top and bottom, he says, kaisa chahiye? Meetha, kara. Based on you are looking at you, he starts mixing. And while mixing, he is asking you questions. Before serving it on the plate, he takes a little and puts in your hand. Chakke dekho, try. And he says, oh, thoda sweet. Okay, he adds. And then he finally puts it in the plate. And after eating, he says, did you enjoy? Are we doing RR practices like this? It was only in B.Ed we heard something called as a concept called as PKC. What is PKC? Previous knowledge of the child is something which we have read. After that, no knowledge. People say we are doing diagnostic, agnostic, all agnostic happens. But finally, the delivery is what I learned 5 years back, not even changed my example. So probably I think we really need to look at it. There's one more thing which is very, very important, fear of failure. What will happen? 20 years of experience. If I'm not able to teach anything in the STEAM integrated format, what will happen to my izzat? Don't worry, fear of failure is one particular part of it. Fear of success is also another part of it. One person makes one good lesson plan with STEAM, no? Thereafter, his life is over in the school. He'll be suddenly given coordinator STEAM role responsibility, and then he will be asked, iska lesson plan check karo, uska lesson plan check karo. Suddenly the person will forget that whether he was appointed for teaching mathematics for grade 5 or whether he was appointed for. So fear of failure is one particular part of it. Fear of success is very, very dangerous because, and that's where many seniors in the school, no, whenever that youngster wants to get up in a meeting and say something, they pull the dupatta or shirt. Shut up, sit down. Don't get up. You don't understand the problem here. Ek baar bologe and then the problem is all here. The third important thing is the lack of training. This training is again something very, very important, and investment on teachers particularly. I'm quite happy that at least CBSE, ICSE are now talking about 50 hours of mandatory training. My request is please get trained only on what you need, what somebody can offer. Don't ask them to come. You are paying for a price for any service provider who is coming to your compound wall. Seek and try to look at only 3 things. Domain, which is related to the subject. Second one, look at the pedagogies and assessment. Third can be institutional initiatives. So if you can look at these 3 simple areas, I think you should be good enough for your training. Don't try to invest everybody. There is a communication workshop for all the teachers. 40 years experience teaching English, but still he is also attending the same communication, how to speak in English, unfortunately. So please don't do that. This is one of the challenges for even STEAM. When it is going to come into the schools, people are going to, and very soon you mark my words, you will have a new acronym for STEAM teacher in the school. Because for every new initiative in the school, we create an acronym for that particular person and say, aa gaya. Oh, STEAM is coming. So I don't know what they will do because now I am not as creative as many of the students, but I think they will start. Staff rooms also will start creating. So this is good. So please invest sufficiently. The next important thing is that there's no time. Block classrooms. This timetable seems to be a huge challenge and a burden to us. Thankfully, first time when a national credit framework came in, we saw some 90 hours for sports, some 60 hours for performing arts. Otherwise, these 60 plus 90 were used only for substitution. So that is not going to happen. At least now you have to prove, at least in the timetable. I am not sure how you're, because we are creative, so we will still find ways and means. But what I am trying to say, the intent is very, very clear that you have to run 60 hours in a year. If once you have to kind of work on as a credit framework, surely you will start thinking very, very seriously. So the timetabling. Again, timetabling I don't want to get into because like Professor YSR said a very interesting point. He said how many hours to be done, what is to be done is something which all of us have to kind of agree upon. And somewhere now I don't know what will happen with STEAM coming in. You know, how people will start fighting for the first period. Otherwise, this whenever timetable comes, there is a panchayat outside the principal's room saying that all periods are after lunch break or before lunch break or after a games period. So life is not very, very easy even for principals. I completely empathize with you. But what it basically means is that create block 2-period time even if you are going to look at something STEAM. Don't try to treat this as something new. The day you start treating them as new, you will be isolated. You will be isolated. So best thing is right from day one, how I can start working on it. And the worst which I think all of us know about is this. Assessments. So less spoken the better. Already we heard sufficient, so I'm not going to get into it. But only one particular point I'm going to kind of request you is that in assessments, 2 things are very, very critical. One, the purpose. The second is the process. So if you're going to look at while you're defining the process, please start working on rubrics. If you're not working on rubrics, life is not going to be easy for you. So I'm making it very clear, purpose and the process. In process, look at rubrics. But when we try to talk about many of these so-called, you know, the new generation lab, AI lab, this lab, it is something like this. In many schools you go, no, first thing they want to show is Atal Tinkering Lab to any guest who is coming because that's the newest facility available. I still remember one of the NCRT directors saying in one of the conferences when IT came into our campus, we were very happy that many people are going to the IT center, computer center and learning. Finally, they found out only one thing was that in NCERT, the first air-conditioned room was the lab. So that's why most of the people used to go there, not for learning. So my question is, Atal Tinkering Lab is not for only science teachers. Get out of this particular thought process. Get out of this particular thought process that it is only for science teachers. Actually, it is for extended opening your doors. Like somebody asked me, somebody this side asked a question to Professor YSR very clearly, saying that why are you trying to talk about how to make resources? I think if you open the new education policy document, it is talking about cluster concept. Even in CBSE, the cluster concept was introduced, but unfortunately, the formation of cluster was wrong. Cluster concept was okay. They can conduct, they can have a good physics lab, they can have a math lab, they can have one lab. Each one of us can have, and then we can collaborate. My children can go there, they can go there. But the problem is, what will happen to my admissions? Because keeping that, I am trying to work on it. I think that's something which is very, very important. But how do we handle this? The elephant, which is very, very dangerous. Which is very, very dangerous. We have to catch hold of this elephant. So what are some of the things which we really need to look at it? And that's where I think new education policy came out quite well. One after the other, manual after manual, manual after manual started coming in. And finally, what came out of this was this National Curriculum Framework, School Education, and recent was National Professional Standards for Teachers. Ask yourself this particular question. Even in the School Education NCF document, it says, please read part A and then read your section. When we opened the document, we straight away went to mathematics, we straight away went to science, we went into languages, we went into art. But did we actually understand what was there in part A? Because the part A plays a very, very important role in the whole NCF. Not only NCF, even NEP document. 435 pages actual document draft. So whenever you get stuck, please read that. Don't read the what you call consolidate report or the, some kind of a summary of NEP in those 66 pages. Don't try to go through that. You really need to go forward from there. What all this has done, I went to a place, South Korea last year, and I started looking at this. This is nothing but a contest which was done. I went to one of their centers, and I'll show you the image of the center. And that particular center, I saw this, which was very, very interesting to see. Contests which have started coming in. HPC, again data. It is not talking about subject. It is talking about competencies. Not only student, even SAFL. I'm sure many of you have gone through the SAFL first cycle of assessment, but touch heart and ask yourself this. Reflect on this particular point. How many of us understood what was the grade level -2 and +1? And how many of us have actually gone and looked at the Bloom's level, which were in form of learning outcomes, and what is the overall capacity I need to build in Bloom's which particular level in my teachers is something which was very, very important for us to look forward to. What came in handy was all of us have seen this. All of us have seen this. But the problem was not here. The problem was already existing for us in terms here. They were anath. At least now they can go and say. There is now something which is called as continuity, which is very, very important as such in this whole thought process as such, and we really need to kind of look at it. But this is one particular part, but for me, this is important. What is expected at different grade levels? What is expected at different grade levels in form of practices to be teaching or learning, whatever that needs to happen. Now, if you try to look at this and if you try to look at this, you'll be able to find quite a lot of thought process aligning to this. Because you will see right from it talks about multi-level. The child may go till grade 2, but the child may have to do things till UKG, some worksheets he may be doing, but by age he has to move to that particular level. And look at the key words which are there very, very clear. It's all multi-level, play and activity. Then it is play, discovery and activity. This is not my thing. This is from English, whatever I've read in that particular document. Now, many of us have to also go back and start looking at it. In our early up to 5, where exactly are we, where exactly we are, and where exactly it is. Now, if you try to look at the middle stage, which is nothing but 6 to 8. 6 to 8. And by definition, even till 8, we called as trained graduate teachers. But are we teaching like that? Is the same teacher teaching all the classes? I'm sorry, no. We're not teaching. So we really need to kind of understand this particular whole thought process. When you're trying to look at something like STEAM or integrating subjects, we really need to kind of look at what are some of the experiential learning methods. And then finally, we try to talk about is something multidisciplinary. And then you talk about critical and student choice of subjects. Now, when you try to look at the expectation is this, based on that particular NEP 2020 document, which very clearly talks about the pedagogical structure. Not only we don't have to get stuck. We are stuck here also. Whether 6 completed years, 2 months can be there or not. It is not thought like that something has fallen. It is just to benchmark globally that any child who completes his education globally is 15 years, 6 months to 16 years, 6 months. That's the benchmark. We are not talking about a benchmark which is here at a lower level. So if that particular child has to be 15 years, 5 months to 16 years, 6 months, then the child must get into a formal structure at the age of 6. And that's where the age 6 came in. It has not come, there's no politics behind it, so don't get into it. Now, more than that, I think it's very important that when we are trying to talk about all this, we should also look at this. I don't know whether you like it or not, but this particular image, you should take one printout and put it in your staff room and keep it on your desk also if you are a leader. Because this is something which is very, very critical and very clearly defines what exactly has to be happening inside the school. And if you try to look at this particular structure and these 5 keywords, you'll be able to stream. If you try to look at it, you'll be able to see actually whole thing happening out there. And you can't isolate and play them independently. Now, many people say, sir, yeah, outcome, objective. So first thing is that remove that objective from your lesson plan. And help your teacher to understand that every learning outcome, what he or she is writing from grade 1 to nursery to 12th, all that learning outcome put together will make the languages happen. It is not only this. For me, if I have been given a chance, I would always like to connect how they have connected it on the top. Because unless they understand the linkages between the subject and the teachers sit across in the subjects, it is not going to work. Please make it, if you are a principal, please go back and start looking at one particular schedule. In your schedule, please make sure that every 6 months at least you have 30 minutes to 1 hour kept only to see whether the progression is happening right or not. Review that. And that review is required to ensure whether LKG to 12th, whether maths is actually progressing properly or not. And that's something which is important. And all this can be done through school processes. The school processes is nothing but the pedagogical practices, the assessment practices. All this which has become culture over a period of time in your campus is something very, very important. So you as an institution has to start looking at here. All your teachers have to look at LO. Other things will start falling in line automatically. So that means every teacher's lesson plan in a classroom is actually connected to the national framework. It is not just written as English. And you are, for the first time, I think we are now giving the learning outcomes also will be given to people very, very clearly so that they don't have to worry much about it. So what works here? That's again very, very important. So I'm just taking some text. Don't go through. You can go back and look at it. But look at some of the yellow part. Acquired by all students across subject areas to become good, fulfilled and productive human beings in today's rapidly changing world. So look at that keyword. Baki, you can go back and read yourself in the document. If that's why I've given a reference, page number 16. Please go and refer there. In case if you don't want to read the all 400 plus pages, you can read this. Go to the next slide. Again, try to look at it. Necessary to reduce the content load in each subject to the core essential. What are the core essential competencies required? Grade specific, subject specific is something which needs to be kind of defined, and that's where LO plays a very, very important role. Not only this, it has to have more space of effective pedagogy, multi-interdisciplinary, experiential, discussion-based activity. It is not very, very deeper disciplinary. It is not about talking about the other discipline issue. It is talking about the subject discipline. In subject discipline, understanding of the subject as well as it should be able to go back and connect. Not only this, go further. When you try to talk about pedagogy, I think it's very important for us to look and understand for it. So what it says, to enable deeper understanding of concepts across subject. Somewhere we are getting stuck with the content. And content unfortunately gets stuck with not with the syllabus copy, but by the publisher. Now the publisher decides what has to be done in the classroom, not the content, what has to be defined by the NCERT. We can't blame NCERT for whatever reasons. Okay, they have challenges. They are doing certain things good in the given scenario. Let's not blame, because blame game we can keep talking about it. But what I am trying to say, can we take up that particular green concept? I don't know how many of you downloaded the new version of first, second and third, the books which have been released by NCERT. Every page there is a supporting statement given how the teacher should do this page. Now, isse zyada, I don't know what kind of scaffolding is required for a teacher to deliver a class. I'm not very sure. But problem for us is we read only the part of it that below in the box, colored very beautifully in a reverse color it is being given, but we are not even actually, reading that. Not only it talks about, what it talks about is it has to be integrated, inquiry driven, discovery oriented, discussion based, project based, arts based, sports. All this is what is very important, engaging and enjoyable. The day when the when the physics teacher or a maths teacher goes to the classroom and says, today what you want? Today I want one game spirit, sir. The problem is that when they are asking for the game spirit, I think the story is over. Now I think we really need to kind of go back and start looking at very, very specifically in our own schools that what works and how it basically works for us is important. And all this should look into languages, communication, logical reasoning, exchange of ideas, disciplines over a lifetime. That is where it is not objective, it is outcome. Let me make it very clear. It is not objective, it is outcome. So that means it should impact in the child, and that's very, very important. The moral of the story, just to make these things happen very, very easily, is we have to get out of this content and slowly start moving towards the concept. The day when we start moving from the content to concept, I think life will become much more easier. And that's what NEP is actually, or NCF is actually expecting us to do. Let's start looking at concepts across subjects. And if you can actually put that essential concepts for every grade, I think life will become much more easier in terms of teaching, in terms of assessment, in terms of this. While these are the expectation, but I think it is still a big elephant which needs to be pushed into a cart. It's a big. So how can we do it? Right now, we are all operating like this, parallel. I'm not talking about barcode here. I'm talking about departments. Over a period of time, I think we really need to move into this kind of direction, where we are trying to go beyond our departments and start talking about other things. Imagine, it may not happen or it is already getting cooked somewhere. Imagine a school management goes to a court and says, based on the new education policy and NCF, our teachers need not be PGT till grade 8, and the same teacher is expected to teach all the subjects in the classrooms. Imagine what will happen in our schools. Just imagine. Because as per new education policy, it says that you require only a TGT, you don't require a PGT. It only says that the teacher should be able to connect the subjects. And for that, if you don't have the right depth of the subject, then what you did in 3, 4, 5 in EVS, you will do it for 6, 7, 8. So the problem is going to get extended from 3, 4, 5 to 6, 7, 8, and that's going to become a problem. A classic example could be this. I think many of the people who have traveled there. I have a very, very simple request. Don't do anything after getting out from this place when you're driving back home. When you're driving, don't use your mobile. But if you're sitting at the aisle seat or a back rear seat, please do one word, say mathematics and science in Virupaksha temple. That's all you do, put in YouTube. And what you get, please call me and let me know. Because the gold ring effect, so beautifully the concept is explained in this particular temple. And all the references, YouTube references you see, they are never talking about this particular temple, which is already 3,000 plus years. We are only talking about Egypt, we are talking about other countries, but we are not talking about us. So probably I think one of the very, very important things is that, which policy says very well, 150 kilometers from your own school, please start identifying examples, and I think life will become much more easier for you to look at it. Not only this, I went to a place near Bhopal, Ujjain basically. In Ujjain, I went to a place which is called a Sri Krishna School, and I went to the wall. There were 64 skill sets which were mentioned, 64 types of pedagogical practices which were mentioned. And when I was going through them one by one, I was so amazed that each one of us think what is being said in that particular document of new education policy, I can connect it here, and they are actually seeing, you can see those. I'm not getting into the skill of massaging, which is nothing but the vocational course. For sports and competition, a person recites from one particular scripture, the person has to read from other scripture. That is another assessment methods. If you try to, all this is available in this particular book. Go back and do a little Google, and I think you can order it online. I think you'll be able to appreciate that how exactly in our own history there are a lot of things being mentioned. So now there's no religion business here. Please don't mix up things. It is only try to learn, and how people have done that those days, I think can take some learning and contextualize. The second important thing is a shift in pedagogical practices. I think this is where the teacher's success comes in. If the teacher is not trying to do, we say so much of gyan we give on personalization. We give so much gyan on personalization. Tell me, do we have 3 worksheets in our schools for same concept? If we have, good. If not, then go back and start rethinking about it. Because it is very important for us to understand this particular perspective, that how are we going to work on this area? How are we going to even bring in differentiation in this particular area? I think this is very, very important. We always talk about kinesthetic form of learning, auditory learning, visual learning. We have always said this in the classrooms, or we have heard in workshops and seminars. But when I had an opportunity to be in Korea in one of the classrooms, one of the schools, I'll show you one example from the school. Now, this is a teacher. We observed this. This is from my own mobile, which I had taken pictures. The future classroom is something which looks like this. When I try to look at the future classroom, I am able to find there is a writing material, there is a technology, there is a scanner, there is a material which is coming through the overhead projector, and then there is a display. This is like again, movable TV kind of a thing which people need to do it. And what is very, very interesting which I saw is that after completing this particular whole thing, she goes there and she starts playing with that whole thing. And when she is teaching, in the classroom, the students have all the 3 types of learning. Kinesthetic learning is also happening through a tool. They have worksheets. They have the tabs. So they are creating. So they are making and creating and then start working on it, which is very, very important. So all 3 types of learners, what we are trying to talk about, learning styles, we are trying to fulfill through it. Now this is where STEAM helps. Engineering is not just engineering, don't get worried about it. It is only about design thinking. How you think for whatever you are aspiring. And that's nothing but learning outcome, what we are already doing. But we have to start aligning and these concepts together. Somewhere make these vocabulary little lighter in your campus and life will become much more easier. The next important thing what is coming up for you is reviewing the assessment practices. If STEAM has to work, I think assessment practices has to be across season in the same manner. Assessment has to be across season. It cannot be one. You can best of 3, best of 2 can be taken out of 5 or 3. It's purely. And every time worksheet is there, and that particular worksheet is something which is very, very critical for us to do. Not only the cognitive, the new kind of assessment which is coming up, just to help somebody asked about PISA. Now this is the assessment which is happening. Now here the assessment is not happening only for English, mathematics and science, but it is also happening student engagement and feeling, social emotional skills. Now this is where the benchmarks help. This is where the benchmarkers. So don't look at only numbers. Look at the language data, which is also getting captured in one or the other form, and that gets converted into numerical data for making sure that how exactly it is being done. And just to let you know that this particular framework, what is being done right now in Thailand, they are using this for policy formulation in social sector. While they are collecting the data from here, they are trying to go back and start connecting it to this particular part, which is very, very important. The next area which we should look at is partnership and collaboration. I don't know, many of you will be thinking why I am put this kadi patta here. Many of our partnerships and collaborations are like this. We have flavor, we want flavor, but while eating, we take this kadi patta and keep it in the side. My request to you is that whenever we are trying to talk about partnerships, partnerships are at the 5 levels. Some other day we'll talk about it, but there are 5 levels of engagement. And if you want partnership to come in, you have to tell the other person what this partnership means to you, and then you need to make sure that this particular curry patta is grinded and told that it helps you to grow your hairs properly. Automatically, many people will start respecting the partnership and collaboration. Otherwise, what happened during COVID time? First person to be thrown out was that service provider. Yes or no? That was no harm. You called him. You please come and help me. And when the actual situation came in, he was He was asked, and it was such a huge thing in the country at that particular time with many service providers. Let me show you one example. Now, most of us we spoke about agriculture. I also saw this in one of the community centers at Korea. Everybody talk about, aquaculture, this culture, that culture, acrophonics, all the cultures and everything was there. But this was not interesting to me. For me as a teacher, it was interesting was this. How the plant is growing, at what temperature it is growing, and what kind of water is getting into it. What is the level of... Now, this is the data which is important for somebody to understand. Now, if somebody understands this, automatically what happens? This is called as smart farming. Just to putting some drips is not smart farming. Let me make it very, very clear. You really need to kind of look at it, how the data is getting, how it is getting converted to smart farming. And this smart farm is not too far away, which is catering to this particular community. And this community center is the center. Like this, all the 4 sites, the whole apartments are there. So I'm giving you a live example here, which I experienced last November, that how exactly these things must be tried and tested. Otherwise, these things will not work for you. The next important thing when you are going to introduce STEM into your classroom, I think it has to be encultured. I don't know how many of you have aquariums at home? Quickly? Okay. Do you just take the new fish and put it inside that? Why? Other fishes should get adjusted to this person. It is like new teacher put into the orientation program on the first day. This is what exactly will happen. No. The new teacher should be visible in the school, but that groups or gangs should not be. So enculturation for STEAM is also like this. You need to put a glass or a fiber sheet in the aquarium and put all the new concepts on the other side. Experiment in a smaller area. The day when you think everybody this side gets habitual, this side are also seeing the success on the other side, slowly remove that particular glass, and then only STEM can happen or STEAM can happen in your campuses. And for all this, you require continuous professional development. You need to allocate budget for it. And if you don't allocate for budgets, I'm sorry, because today it was very, very difficult to see when CBSE sends a circular or the board sends circular, please keep 10,000 rupees for this, 15,000 for this. I think it's not their job, it is our job. And I think somewhere the schools also need to become a little bigger dil. अपने टीचर पे इन्वेस्ट करो. अपने टीचर पे इन्वेस्ट ना करके, if you are going to say he or she is going to live to other school, you take credit. No, how many coordinators did you create? How many HODs did you create? How many principals did you create? Why are we trying to shy away from this investment? I think this is very, very important, even if it's for all this. Finally, I think this is very, very important, which is called as management commitment. Otherwise, what will happen? Something like this will happen. You will be continuously trying STEM. Nothing is going to happen in your school. So management commitment is very, very key in making STEAM happen in your campus. Now, those are the 7 mantras which I thought I should share with you as what exactly can be done and what NCF basically expects you to do. Mind you, let me show you something very, very interesting. This is a very famous, Krishna temple and Puram festival which happens at Thrissur. Elephants are very, very, we started with elephants, so I think I should conclude with elephant. Here, I don't know how many of us have even read that there is a robotic elephant which is introduced in the temple. The reasons may be different. The reason is PETA. We always say PETA is not coming out with a solution. For the first time, PETA spent some time, invested a lot of money, our actress also invested, and finally this particular elephant by name Raman finally came into the temple. After all this session, you may hear after me also a few speakers, but one thing, after going back, don't do whatever we have said. Please go back and reflect. Take a week's time, reflect how to integrate into your scheme. Otherwise, any kind of Control-C, Control-V will not. But it is a mandate for all of us in this particular room that we have to make sure that this elephant has to be pushed into our school. You can't break the door. You may have to send the team for a gym to make sure that this particular elephant gets into our school. Because to make a shift, I think the most important thing is first, soch badlo and lage raho. Because at the end of the day, if the soch nahi badlegi, so I think things will not work for you. And the second important thing is persistence. And if you are not persistent, you will get a lot of failures. You will get more than 80% of people in your campus not wanting to do this, but start small and make a journey. With that note, best wishes to everybody, and thank you very much for this opportunity to be with all of you. Are there any questions, or we just conclude? If there are any.
Thank you, Dr. Sendil Kumaran. That was truly enthralling and really captivating, enlightening. Thank you so much once again. We will now have a small, felicitation of giving away small gifts to our dignitaries. May I call on stage Mr. George, Mr.
Can I just switch it off?
Yeah, can you? Yes. To hand over. No, we don't.
I'll not ask, don't worry.
A big round of applause. Big round of applause. Thank you, sir.
You can start.
So our next speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Hu Kim. I hope I am pronouncing your name correctly, sir. Yes. Okay. He's a curriculum development at Luxrobo, coding instructor for international schools in Korea. Mr. Hu is passionate and engaging, specializes in creating enjoyable and effective professional development experiences for teachers. Before I hand over the stage to him, just one interesting, yesterday only we were discussing, he is from South Korea. Many of you might know, or many of you might not have heard about this. There are a lot of similarities in culture and language between Tamil Nadu and South Korea. That's very interesting. For example, in Tamil Nadu, we, for our parents, for our mummy and daddy or whatever, we call Amma Appa. In South Korea also they call Amma Appa. There are many other similar words. I don't want to get into that. Please, may I invite, with a big round of applause, Mr. Hugh. Please, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, okay. Namaste. Namaste. Thank you for having me and here, Kathy. It is such an honor to be before educational leaders here. As he introduced before, we came from South Korea and we are fascinated by the Indian schools. And right now we are in collaboration with Nanoskool to find if there's any room for to improve or to enhance together for a better STEAM education. And today we are going to do some hands-on activities like students. But the reason why we do these activities is because education, we believe education should be not one direction communication, because through hands-on activities, lower grade students and higher grade students, they can easily and they can naturally absorb the practical knowledge through the activities. So that's why we have a heavy focus on hands-on activities, especially for STEAM education. So right now, Cassie will be taking over the session, and after some presentation slide, we will do hands-on activities together. Please wait for 30 seconds. Thank you. Yeah, maybe.
So, yeah, it's almost afternoon. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cassidy. Hugh is my colleague. So, we are from the South Korea. We are the STEAM curricular designers. So, I'm gonna do some introduction about the STEAM education of my perspective, first of all, and then I will let you know how to do some demo workshop with this master kit in here. So briefly, we from the Lux level. So our company is about the edutech company. So actually, we have 3 different divisions in here. So IoT, also education, AI, but our main motto is about the education. So actually, the education part is not just theoretical part. So moreover, it is much more practical. So with our education theory, we can make it something like IoT or so AI in here. So actually, our company established in 2014. It's almost 10 years, and we are working with more than 2,000 schools. Yes. Yes. So this is just little glimpse about our company and about the STEAM education. Of course, this is STEAM conference. STEAM is very important in here. So we already know what is STEAM, right? So actually, when it comes to about the STEM, we are much more engineers, science people, so we are very used to it. But the art part, so when it comes to the art, we think about only pure art, like painting, music, or dancing, part. But actually, this art part covers more than humanities and expression. So actually, I'm the engineer. So when I think about STEAM, the art part is kind of hard things to do because expressing my idea to convince other people who's in non-tech people, especially, that is the most one I have challenged things. For example, when I write a paper, research paper, I have to draw only one image to convince other people to know about concept about my research. So that is one of the art parts has to be in here. And I think that's why the art is important. Also, STEM is just skills, tools to help to express my idea, to how to utilize in our lives. So I think that is why this STEAM has to be in once, not separately. So I think that is the main motto of this STEAM education. So I think this is main important of the STEAM education. So let's.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay.
Then yes, we can move on to our workshop. So this is.
Let's do it.
Yes. So actually, there is the master kit by your side. We can see together. Yes.
Oh yeah. Let me help her. Actually, there's a box right next to you, and those are distributed secretly, and yeah. And would you please open the box?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you please open the box? 아까 하지 말라 그랬잖아요, 회사 소개. 괜찮아요. 계속 하면 돼요. 잘하고 있어요.
So I think we have limited kids. 3 people have to be one group, like a students. Yes. So when you open the box, you can see everything is a modular type in there. So actually there is 15 modules in here. I guess the one is missing is Barry because we charge it for you. So I think, yeah, John will be distributed Barry. Before that, I will introduce about this kit. So actually, everything is a modular base robotics kit in here. So in here, you can see 3 colors in here for the green one and red one, yellow. So actually the green one are the inputs, the sensor in here, and the red one is the actuators. So everything in here can be combined with the magnetic. So when you take it out, so you can see the magnetic part of the every side in here. So you can make a connection like just this. Yes.
There are magnets on each side, and if you put them closer to each other, and they are connected. And that connection is not only for physical. Oh, yeah, okay. That connection is not just for physical connection. Software connection has been established by through the magnets. So right now,
yes.
Yeah.
So now everyone got the bearing right now? Everyone got bearing?
Battery.
Battery?
Yeah, battery.
Yeah.
If there is, yeah. John? Oh yeah, here's.
Battery? Yes.
Yeah, batteries. Please. Here it is. Here are two. Here are two batteries. Let me. Oh, here. Here it is. Oh, one here. Yes, sir. And here it is. Here it is. Oh, two. I'm coming for you. Okay. I'm coming for you. I'm sorry. Here, oh. Here it is. Oh, okay. Oh, batteries. One battery? Oh, actually, there's no enough battery for here. I will bring more. Okay, I will bring more. Here it is. All right, I'm coming. Okay, I'm sorry.
The man has the berries.
I'm okay. Huh? Like this? Thank you. And for right there, they don't also have batteries. And to use the battery, all you have to do is not clicking. Place your hand on the button for like 2 or 3 seconds, then it will turn on automatically. And just connect with other devices through the magnets.
Yes, someone already makes the sound in here. So actually we will make, flashlight in here. So we have to take it out the button and LED, and all the description is on the box. So you can take it out the battery and button and LED. So this is, when you click the button, you can see the light.
Yeah, actually, I already gave John. Yeah.
Is there anyone who made it? Yes. Yes.
Thank you for showing. Thank you for showing. Right now, the reason why we made the flashlight is actually for lower grade students. Teachers here know much better than me. They are attracted to some activities if there's something to see in front of them. But without explaining theoretical explanations, right now, here students naturally learn input and output concepts. Right now, as she explained before, the green devices in the green color, they are input devices. and they are called sensors. And output devices in the red color, they are also in robotics, they are called actuators. But right now, since they are interconnected to each other, if you click the button, then your data is received through the button and that goes to the output device. But actually for lower grade students, even if you explain this mechanism, they don't understand. And actually they are not interested. They are not interested. So what we do, through these activities, we help them absorb this knowledge naturally without explaining or explanation or without like funny explanations to them. So it's like it's getting familiar with digital devices so that they can have a basics of digital literacy level. That's the purpose of these activities. And right now,
Yes.
maybe Cassie will have.
Yes, he explained all, so we can move on to the different one in here. So actually in here, there's a different things in here. So we can find the TOF, there's something blank in the middle. It's a green one. Something black in the middle, yes. And when you take it the display, so as you know, the display shows the information from the input in here. So this TOF is actually this for distance sensor. So when I place my hands on here, you can see the distance in the real time. Is it working? So
Right now, battery, TOF sensor, and the display. Then, if there is an object in front of the sensor, then the sensor can calculate the distance between the object and the sensor.
Yes.
It's a time of flight sensor.
So maximum is 100 centimeters in here. So you can measure. When you show the ceiling, it's gonna show only 100 because that is maximum in this sensor right now. Yes. So when it comes to this distance sensor, so a lot of students so where we can use this one. So like I make the special example, when we go to washroom, there's a hand dryer. So when we put our hands underneath the hand dryer, there's gonna blow because there is a distance sensor in there. For example, there is automatic door, absolutely. And if I give some examples to students, they come up with other thoughts or so. So can you guess other examples with this yes, door, yes. Yes, light. Yes, light is one of the example. Yeah, dispenser. What are dispensers you use in there? Yes. Car. Yeah, backup sensor also use this one. Also, even the Tesla car for the automatic driving, they use this measurement sensors in there. Yes. So like this, we can ask students how we can use the sensor in our daily life, and they can keep thinking about, oh, this is not that hard technique, so we can use it. We can make it something like similar things like this one. Yes.
Yeah, these activities, because we have very limited time for today, I didn't explain, but we have many sensors in the kit and we have many actuators in the kit. The reason is because right now, usually even for adults, when you come up with electronic devices, when you think of electronic devices, they don't think they can make it or make the devices because they look very complicated, and if I need to make this, then maybe I need a huge amount of knowledge to build this device. But actually, we are surrounded by electronic machines. But actually, there are once you understand the mechanisms of the devices, you don't feel like those are super sophisticated devices. Like this, students can get confidence when they are young. They can build these kind of electronic devices with their hands. Even though these devices are actually the physical architecture are more sophisticated, much cooler, but by doing these activities, they learn the core concepts of electronic devices, and it naturally moves and connects to the next step, STEAM concepts, and after that, like artificial intelligence, or those things, and all the technologies, and all the skill sets, and all the knowledge based on STEAM concept, they can easily absorb through these kind of activities when they are young. But with our curriculum, they can dig much deeper, because after the last activity, I will explain the curriculum part, and maybe then the teachers here and principals here will understand why we did these kind of activities. Yeah.
So, as this one, so we have to replace this TOF to environment. Can you find the environment? So this one is similar to in the middle one in here. So we have to put battery and environment and display. So actually this environment motor can sense the humidity, temperature, sound level, and light level in here. So on display, you can see the light level or so and the sound level. So when I speak in here, the sound levels goes up, right? Is it working? So when you speak nearby the sensor, you can see the sound levels goes up immediately. Yes. For instance, this one can be used in the AC. So when you turn on the AC, you can see the temperature up on it, or also humidity. That is one of the things we can use in here.
And if you use the flashlight of your smartphone and put them in front of the sensor, then you can see the illuminance lens level going up. Yeah. Right now, with the sensor, we can monitor 4 different things in real time: temperature, humidity, luminance level, and sound level. As you guys, maybe the number is going up right now, right? Okay. 났어요?
사실 모니터를 하고서 그 솔라 보고 이거를 말해주는 건데.
솔라 만들면 하고, 그거 해주세요.
큐는 그럼 어떤 거요?
그거 하고, 그러면 솔라 윈드밀 하고.
그 커리큘럼 안에 있는 게 솔라 윈드밀.
네, 그러면 솔라 윈드밀을 한번 교과서를 한번 진행해 보자라고 말을 하죠. So right now actually we made 4 or 5 different devices.
Volunteers who will be sitting here and will explain also.
Definitely. Can you?
Yeah.
Right now, we be following one chapter in the textbooks that were shown at the beginning of the session. Yes. Right now, maybe some of the teachers here might think, oh, this is robotics and coding, not STEAM. So right now we are connecting this robotics and computer science with STEAM concepts for all the grades. And right now we be presenting grade 7s and chapter 5 or 6, and maybe we like students will be following the flow of the textbook to see how STEAM education here is conducted. So right now it's about, actually it's 1 page. Okay.
So actually this chapter is about the renewable energy. With this one, gonna use the environment model to represent how we connect with the humanity. So these days, the air pollution is kind of big deals in here. So that's why we put this chapter in here. So when it comes to about the environment, renewable energy is very important these days. So this is one of the main reasons we put this chapter in here. So we started with the topic investigation. So guys, do you know renewable energy? Yes? So what kind of energy do you know? Heat, winds? Yeah, solar, yes. Also water and wind, yes. So that is the kind of energy that we can use as a substitute energy, renewable energy in here. So actually more than that, there's a lot of energy, like geomechanical energy as biomass energy is one of the things that we didn't know. But now we got, solar panel is much more common things in our real life. So we're gonna make something about solar in here. So about the project, we have to use environment model. So do you remember what environment do? What can sense this environment? What kind of things this environment sensor can sense? Do you remember? No? So actually, this one can sense the light. So we're gonna use this point in here, and we're gonna make the movement in here. So in here, what kind of module do you think we need use in here? We have to make movement.
How about this?
Dial?
Sure,
Is something in red one. Make a
This
movement.
motor.
Yes, so motor make a movement in here. So we have to connect with, oh. So we need environment, which sense, this gonna sense the light, and the motor, which gonna make the movement. So we have to combine like this. So actually, we don't have a computer right now, but we're gonna use only these three things. Yes, got it? Yes. So when you take the light from your cell phone, you can see this motor is going faster when we put the lights on the environment motor. Can you check?
Yeah, Teacher Sam, I think we better, the reason why we are using environment device here and the motor, we want to teach students that how renewable energy sources, especially solar energy source, is being used nowadays. Right now, this, although right now we don't, since we don't have laptops or desktops, we cannot program each device right now. But with this activity right now, students can see how the light comes to the sensor, and the light transmitted to data or energy and goes to the output device, and it shows although it is not real solar energy source, right now we can teach how these renewable energy sources can be used in real world scenario. That's why we are doing this. Actually, right now, our textbook started like what should we learn or learning objective, and we explore the topic. The reason why I said before we are going to connect this robotics and computer science with STEAM concepts is because with this kid, actually this kid only, then we can say this is STEM, not STEAM. But by providing them social topics, topics in social or cultural context, we teach them and we help them expand their knowledge, and we help them connect those issues with technology so that students can know, students can easily relate these kind of topics with the technology and engineering concepts. And as we help them open their thoughts, their ideas by asking them questions. Like, it's simple questions, but it sparks and it stimulates their creativity and critical thinking skills to answer. The reason why we are asking these questions is because it's a STEAM education, not STEM education. One-side knowledge cannot solve real-world issues. But, for example, right now, here I have engineering mindset, and here I have social science mindset. Without combining these two knowledge, actually the world is, students cannot solve complex problems in the world. That's why we ask these questions to open their ideas in social and cultural contexts, and then we move on to the engineering part. So right now, with this kit, and right now as you can see here, for lower grade students and for grade primary school or grade 7, 8, we teach them through block coding, and some students, for advanced students, we provide Python programming lessons. And right now, we teach them how to make physical architectures, but actually the physical architectures are not just, they don't have answers. It's really up to students' creativity. So we just give them examples like this, and we remind the function of each device for their brainstorming process. And after that, we introduce programming concepts. Actually, programming, if some here maybe there are some computer teachers who know computer science well, but actually students nowadays, they tend to memorize code. They don't understand the core concept behind the codes they just wrote, because when they are young, they don't care about logics. They don't care about the logics. They just follow the instructions. But actually, that process is really important because anyway, we need to guide them, right? But so providing them complicated explanations, that doesn't help. So we help them understand programming concepts that can be connected to robotics through these kind of easy explanations in their shoes. These are logics, not code. Like we explain how programming works in our daily life. Here, one example, when we use the concept "and" in programming, there should be two conditions for one desired action. But if I explain like this, so right now you make two conditions for your desired action. There are few students can program and write, who can write the code. So we give them this kind of examples for them to easily connect their daily routines or their daily tasks to the programming concept. So if I finish my homework and you finish your homework, right now two conditions were met, then we can play. If only one of them is satisfied, then there is no desired action. So this one is logic, not code. So students can easily absorb this kind of programming concepts. Then we guide them through flowchart. This is really important part. Flowchart, international standards, European standards, even India, CBSE standards. They have a heavy focus on flowchart for STEAM concepts, not just for programming or robotics. This flowchart is a guideline for students to deal with problems in their daily life. They can design from beginning to the end. Actually, this shows, it reflects how the student sees the problem. So it gives a chance for, it gives a better understanding and gives a better chance for him to design the whole structure of the solution on his own. And though here, I'm sorry, I forgot I have mic here. So like, they can easily, international standards, European standards, even CVSC and some Asian standards, they have a heavy focus on the flowcharts. That's why. And this one is really important concept. And after making this one, we naturally moves on to coding parts. And actually, this one is similar to Scratch, but we develop our own. But actually, the Scratch is not that surprise, right? Because teachers already know Scratch. But what's special? What's special is from now on, we provide debugging missions, so many missions. We start with debugging missions. The reason why we start with this kind of missions, because if we show the answer to the students, as I explained before, they just memorize the codes. There's no meaning of this lesson. So we show the answer so that students can understand the mechanism of the programming. And after that, by giving these missions, right now it's their turn to apply their knowledge to solve these issues. They need to adjust, they need to make changes in this code so that they can make their own things. And of course, we give them hints because students need hints and tips.
I need to intervene a bit here. My name is Adil. I work with Lux Robo team. I head the Nanoskool school outreach team. So while Hugh is trying to explain how you conduct a full activity in a class, why don't we take a quick check on how many science teachers here who have taught or interested? Okay. How many social sciences teacher here? Nobody? So what Hugh was trying to explain is that if we have to bring in the STEAM concept and introduce it to the students, you cannot leave science, technology, art, math, and then on the top of it, there is a coding element that is common to everything. So what caught my attention is, for example, there is an activity here. It's in grade 5 activity. How many of us are interested in knowing the Silk Route era? You know, when the Silk Route used to be operational, how would a person navigate the Silk Route? This activity, step by step, the way Hugh was explaining, step by step, create a car and make it navigate on the Silk Route. And there's a step-by-step way where you can use this modular kit to create the car, use the code to drive that car, and put that car on a map and trace the Silk Route. Imagine the kind of, the interdisciplinary nature of projects that comes to life with it. So, without even intervention, there is a car being created here. I did not prompt, I swear. And there's a car that has been driven. Now, if you combine it with a map and make them drive it on a Silk Route, imagine the kind of learnings that will be imbibed. So the whole solution has got every, the contextualization is done through these books. In these books, these are term-wise books. So you will have projects for every subject. I particularly picked up a Silk Route example. You will have examples from voting machines. So you can actually conduct a class election using an electronic voting machine developed through this. Very interesting activities. I'm sure if we get on a further elaborated hands-on experience, we would be able to actually conduct these activities live in the live environment. Hugh, can we take few questions and then,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Let's.
Pardon me for intervening, because I find there are lots of queries as to how do these modules connect, whether they are electronic in nature, whether this circuit will break, what will happen if a kid drops mode, what happens, how do we contextualize it with our syllabus. The biggest problem is we don't have time, and Dr. Senthil was talking about can we allocate some time to robotics, and thankfully we have robotics labs and all. But how can we upgrade our classrooms and take this an experiment and a concept right into the classroom? You don't need to take students to a lab to do it. Can we do that? Great, we have kids also doing this. But let's ask these questions, specifically contextualization questions as to how a mathematics teacher can use it, how a science teacher can use it, how a social sciences teacher can use it. And, let's ask those questions. Please feel free to ask questions. Rajesh, if you could please join us and,
Yeah, okay. Before taking the questions, let me briefly, 20 seconds. Our textbook has 6 main themes. 6 main themes to incorporate all those STEAM concepts. Arts, here computer science and robotics, arts and creativity, humanity and social science, and here science and engineering, mathematics and probability. And for Term 2 textbooks, we have environment and sustainability and health and well-being as well. So under these main themes, there are numerous topics that are dealt with, so that students can be exposed to real world topics. That's the concept of this, main concept of this textbook. And if there's any question, or whatever, is fine.
There's a pin drop silence and not expected. When you have kids in front of you, these kids, I see some of you already busy with, they said, let them say whatever. Say, let me find out if I can create something very fast. Was anybody able to create a windmill? Yeah? Can I see that windmill, please? Oh, you dismantled it? Okay. Awesome. Interesting. Now the concept of windmill, and you can actually have, I was very interested in seeing one of the modules where you could actually do a full windmill with a blade. There's a blade also you can attach to it, and then it becomes a proper windmill. Yeah. Interesting things. Anybody else who was able to do it? So from the context, yes, please. If you have any questions or if you have to share what you created out of it, please. Which chapter? Okay, have a. Okay.
Do you want to see the chapter 4 emoji under the arts and creativity? So let's move on to here. Oh, yeah. Here's the chapter. Actually, there's a flow, main flow. We first, as I explained before, we explore the topic. We teach students from the history of emoji to practical use of emoji in daily life. And it's a kind of reading session for warming up. And after that, it's an art session. So it's draw a face for your emoji character, give your character eyes, a name and mouth, and so that they can express their own things. And eventually, there's there's no instruction for the character, so the students can define the emotion, and they can describe the emotion through their face drawing. And after that, we introduce project, and actually we give a storytelling. And actually here, her name is Cassie, so I put her name into the story. And Alex is her friend. Alex right now has a problem with her teeth, so she cannot say anything. But she wanna express her emotions. So Kathy, because she knows technologies, she utilizes emoji technology, and she's making an emoji device for her. So right now, to make the device, students will be reminded these concepts from hardware and from software. And right now, it's a time for their brainstorming process. They need to brainstorm which modules they go with for this creation. Because in the storytelling, actually, we give many hints. Like this device has a button, or this device has a display. So students can brainstorm the physical architecture, and they choose the devices they wanna go with, and then programming concepts to apply. It's a kind of hint, so the students can use these programming concepts and actually write their own code using this concept and upload the code to the hardware devices. And this chapter, they need to translate the flow chart into like normal explanation. And after that, as I explained before, they have coding session, debugging mission session, and other creativity sessions. Then we provide knowledge check session by providing multiple choice questions and also writing questions for their critical thinking processes. Like here, reflect on the root or habit in your daily lives that is similar to while loop in programming. Then right now, and to answer these questions, students need to think about the processes of their daily routine, and they need to connect the concepts to the programming concept they just learned. So right now, from now on, it is not just about computer science, because these computer science concepts are understood and explained through their daily life examples. And after that, it's actually a skippable part, but we provide fun facts about emoji. Like, I don't know if anyone here knows about this fact. In Japan, if someone sends frog or owl emoji to someone, then the recipient feels happy, because that means happiness or good luck to you. So we explain in different cultures, emojis can be understood and can be considered in different ways, and like that. And also, like humanity chapter, this chapter deals with doors, and through the history of the doors and programming concepts and social science concepts, they are combined through the flow, so that students can get easily combine those two knowledges together.
Thank you, Hu. I don't want to stand between the lunch and, it has been a very, very long session. My friend Akshay is there from my team. There's a workshop coupon. So if you would want to conduct for your students and teachers these workshops in your school premises, please leave behind your details, and we will conduct these workshops in your school with your students and teachers, so that you can see the contextualization of it happening. Please leave behind these. Once you go out, please fill up the details, and we will be scheduling these workshops at your school site. It's complimentary, no charges for it, by the way. We will come, our team will come, and then they will conduct. For reference, every project that the students will take The entire workflow of that, entire chapter end to end is captured in these books. Yeah, just have a look. Everything, ma'am. All of those, there are, this is grade wise, we have done some kind of a demarcation. With Nanoskool, we are working in further calibrating it for the Indian syllabuses particularly. Sorry. Hugh, do we have anything on environment and sustainability that we can quickly showcase? Ma'am, I will blame you for lunch if it gets delayed, ma'am, if everybody talks about that. Yeah. Once you fill up the form, we will, we'll be done with the proceedings. Thank you very much. Over to the organizers once more.
Thank you for your time and thank you for your participation today. I really appreciate it.
Excuse me. If I were to be, I'm quite old, but if I were to be a student of this time, how I would have reacted to this session. Wow, cool. Simple, small modules, when connected and interfaced with batteries, they've done amazing things. And I see this, so happy to see students so engrossed, and doing, experimenting and doing so many things. Thank you so much, Mr. Hu and Kathy. Thank you so much. A big round of applause. We will now take a break for lunch, which will be for half an hour. And we'll meet again at around 2:30 for an interactive session with Dr. A.P. Jayaraman. Thank you.
And in between, if you don't mind, can we have the kit back? So I would request each one of you, please take your time. Please put the modules back and leave it on the desk here or with our volunteers. So it would be great. We can get back to you very soon.
And our team is around here. Hugh and Kathy are also around here. If you find time from your lunch and you would want to discuss, we are here and we will be glad to answer your queries. Please do leave the kits behind and do meet us once you get time from your lunch. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we all meet again here at 2:30. Thank you. It's there, it's there. It is there, it is there on the plate. Yeah. Welcome back. I hope you all had a good, sumptuous lunch, enjoyed your lunch. But we are not going to let you sleep. Dr. Jayaraman is going to now start his session from where he left. He's going to show us some interesting experiments, post which I think we will have a short Q&A session too. Mic kudri. Sorry, mic. They will give you this.
That's correct. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Could you just check? If you could check it there. Here it will be in that room. Good afternoon, all bright minds now. With food in the stomach, all the blood will be flowing there in the gastrointestinal tract. There will be less flow to the brain. So I will apply some less brainy techniques for the post-lunch session. Actually, no guest is allowed to speak twice. You are called a guest. In Sanskrit, it is called aditi. One who doesn't come within the next 15 days. But now morning I stood here as a good fool. So now as a more refined fool I will stand here. I will just try to do one more experiment. And this time I need 7 teachers female and 7 teachers male. 7 plus 7, 14. 2 into 7. Please come quickly. 7, yes. Good exercise after the food, yes. Yeah. No, then don't. So that nail polish is orange. Oh. Oh, experiment will not go right. Oh, we have international experiment. Yes. So cross-cultural affinity we can find out. Yeah, right. Yes. Okay, fine. Now I would like the men to be together. And yeah. So that, see, the basic objective of science is classification. So we are doing that classification now. Yes. We have to be visible to them. We are doing it for them. Yes. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Yes. Come closer, yes. Yeah. So we are trying to do a small experiment. It's called a thought experiment. So you have to imagine that this is a live baby, your dear child. That's the assumption. The assumption we make is we are going to handle how a baby is to be handled and what are the cultural, cross-cultural definitions we can get from that. So this is an experiment in observation. You have to see very, very clearly what they are doing. Then you have to find a pattern in that. Then you have to find a meaning in that pattern. Then you have to find a significance to that pattern. This is called the hypothesis testing. That is what we are doing. The first essence of science is to propose a hypothesis, validate or falsify a hypothesis, then you come to a tentative conclusion. Until and unless it is violated, it remains valid. That's the law of science. So let us begin with you, madam. I am handing over. Please see how she handles. So you have 10 seconds time. You can take this baby, fondle it to the best of your attention, then hand it over to her. You can do like this, or whatever, your cultural way of doing it. I am not, yeah, I am giving you the baby. You hold the baby, just give it a pat, hand it over to the next side. Assume it's a human child, yes. Please observe very carefully. Yeah, you also handle. Thank you. So you have a cross-sectional view of how a baby is being handled. How many of them took to the left? Just check how many took like this. All of you. Yeah, once, yeah. How many did not take it to the left or to the right? Okay. What about the difference between men and women in holding to the left or to the right? Now let us see the international standard. He took straight away to the left. He's a bachelor. And he took it a little up. Now, if you look at the chimpanzee takes it always to the left. So one of the human characteristics is to take the child to the left. So the heartbeat of the human heartbeat synchronizes with that. So scientists were studying this for a very long time over the entire Homo species, hominids, and they found that taking baby to the left is the best way of handling the baby. Now that legacy is demonstrated by them. Now you will always find that there is some left-handed people may take it to the right. But here either they took it to the left or they didn't take it at all. So whether you have handled a baby in the past or not, you have a genetic burden. And that genetic burden is to take the child to the left. Thank you. So I just wanted to show that experiment. I'll just. Balloon is this not working? No liquid. Yes. 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah. I will give you some cabbage leaf. Some 4 or 5. Anybody from who teaches English? Yeah, please give it specially to her. Yeah. I would like to see how the Korean culture will respond to. Give me one. Yeah. All that you have to do for right is take it in your hand, do something like this. Do something like this. And give me the verb for what you did. You did something. What is that something you did? I want that English word for it. Crushing, yes. Squeezing, crumbling, pressing, rolling, yes. Smashing. Twisting, okay, yes. Twisting, yes. What is the word in Korean which you can translate into English? So how does it come into English? Oh, crushing, yes. Very interesting. Now, every word is called a semantic vector in language. A vector is something which has magnitude and direction. So when you use a word in a semantic space, it rotates. And the volume of that word, that's called the meaning of the word. Now, all of you gave me words which are not natural English words. If George Bernard Shaw were to come here and describe this, what word Bernard Shaw would have used? He wouldn't crush it. What would he do? Yes? Observer. No, suppose you did something to this. Suppose Bernard Shaw has done something like this. What would he have said? That's a thought experiment. Yes, exactly. Said it. But in the case of a poem, it became the famous Pygmalion. The novel was written about this. Now, this is called the power of association. The power of association means you have George Bernard Shaw and you have the cabbage leaf. How to connect the two? Science is connecting the unconnected. That's the beauty. Now, George Bernard Shaw, in his Pygmalion, there was a girl called, her name is Eliza Doolittle. She's called a flower girl. She was selling flowers in St. Paul's Cathedral. And she was speaking such a rotten English. So Bernard Shaw said, you squashed cabbage leaf. You squashed cabbage leaf. You incarnate insult to the noble architecture of these columns, to the language of Shakespeare and Milton and the Bible. Quote. Now, when Bernard Shaw's imagination was gone by this, you squashed cabbage leaf. You incarnate insult to the noble architecture of these columns, to the language of Shakespeare, Milton and the Bible. So English language has been abused and misused to such an extent that Bernard Shaw could not stand that. So he wrote it's a novel, Pygmalion, yes. Now let me show you two vegetables. Who brought this? Who bought this, not brought? You brought. What is its price? 73. And this one?
58 to 50.
Yes, very good. Now, why I ask this prize? How many of you like this? Universal. How many of you like this? Okay. Which is the delicacy? Is this more delicate or this is more delicate? Yes. Now, that is, any teacher of botany here? Sir, which came first in evolution? Monkey or the man? Which is the monkey and which is the man? Cauliflower. Now you look at the geometry here and look at the geometry here. What do you find? Which is more perfect, this or this? Which is better, sir? This one. The florets. This is an imperfect product. It took 2000 years of botanical evolution for the cauliflower to come. The difference between them is 2000 years. Now, this is what scientists look at. They look at it, this will be more costly. In Mumbai, this costs 3 times of this. But this is an old one, an imperfect botanical evolution. Here you have a refined product. You pay less for it. So whenever you see an object, observe an object, and every object has a huge mind of science behind it. So I want to think of everything in terms of science. That's what STEM is. What do you have? Right. I will just take you through a few set of slides. Oh yeah. Teachers think about thinking. How many of you thought and how many times today? Do you count the number of thoughts you have? So from tomorrow you start counting. And if you can't think, you can never be a teacher. Coming back to George Bernard Shaw, he said, those who know, they do it. Those who do not, they teach. This is had a commentary on the teaching profession. But today's teachers, they know and they do. That's very important. In fact, look at this man, the mathematician, philosopher, Bertrand Arthur William Russell. He said, morning Rajan asked a question and created a lot of trouble here. What is science? If you have read Bernard Shaw, you would have given the fitting reply to him. Bertrand Russell. Bertrand Russell said, science is knowing and doing things. Science is nothing but knowing and doing things. Unfortunately, we know a lot of things, we don't do that. And we do a lot of things, we don't know what we are doing. This mismatch between knowing and doing, that is the main problem. And research, the problem is, with a little knowledge, a small k, and with a little d, we walk through life. Most of us walk through with BScs and MScs and PhDs and DScs. We walk with a little k and with a little d. Some people, some teachers have high knowledge. They won't do anything. They will never go to the laboratory. And some people will have little knowledge, but they will be spending all the time in the laboratory. Absolutely useless. How to have the right proportion of K and D. That's what makes a teacher. And this is the answer which Y.S. Rajan was expecting in the morning when he asked you what is science. Science is knowing and doing things, but knowing and doing in equal proportions. This is the experiment which we did. It's a theoretical foundation for that. We observed, then we hypothesized, we validated or falsified a hypothesis, and we created a knowledge. And there is what is known as Occam's razor in science. Occam's razor means with the minimum postulates, you should be able to explain the thing. I can have 100 postulates to prove one thing. That doesn't work. So in science, you have the minimum number of postulates to explain science. Sorry. Okay, if you are taking a physics class, you should take that. Oh, sorry. Now I have a pencil in my right hand and I have an eraser in my left hand. I paid 1 rupee 10 paise for this. Not in this condition when I bought it. 1 rupee 10 paise. And this pencil costs 1 rupee more than the eraser. So what is the cost of this pencil? 1 rupee. And cost of this? This is where we terribly go wrong. I said the pencil costs 1 rupee more than the eraser. You are coming closer. Yes. Yes. This is 1 rupee 5 paise. And this is 5 paise. If this costs 5 paise, 1 rupee more, 1 rupee 5 paise. This is the difference between fast thinking and slow thinking. We don't think at all, that we discussed earlier. Now even when we think, we run into this type of thinking problems in very small matters. So that you are able to do. Can I get this open? Not everybody. I know, tooth, one more. Yes. Now, I have 2 chocolates with me. Anybody would like to have it immediately? No, we have plenty. Just check whether it's a chocolate or not. See, I may be fooling you around. Is it a chocolate? Yes. Okay. It is chocolate. Okay, good. So I have 2 chocolates with me. I'm just doing like this. Just keeping in my hand, thinking about something. Fell down. I quickly picked it up. How much? Yes.
5-second rule.
5-second rule. Okay. She said, if I pick this in less than 5 seconds, it is worthy of eating. Why yes and no? I applied 5 seconds rule. In 5 seconds, 1 million equally could have entered into this because people have walked over it. But when I put it in my mouth and it became coated with saliva, fell down, then she said, no, not 5 seconds. 10 seconds? 15 seconds? This is a problem. So we have certain rules. And by convention, we said, if you can pick it up immediately within 5 seconds, you can eat it. If I'm a very poor person, if I have no money and I have only 1 chocolate, definitely 5 minutes I will wait and take it. But even the wet one, I will just wash it and take it. So what we are saying is, everything has to be examined scientifically. You should pick up this chocolate, put it in the microscope, find out the number of E. coli present in that, then you take to a decision. So that is called the scientific bent of mind. And it is something which is to be part of your system. Oh, this is the pencil system, but more important that I want you to read Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman's book. All teachers should read this book. Then you will know this is the problem with the pencil and eraser. Okay. Now, I want 5 people. Sorry, I occasionally ask for people too. Now, no, children won't do. Children, I want people who have built-in bad habits into them. Yeah, here is a good group. Yes. Please give, you have a watch? Yeah. Please lend your watch to her. Be careful when you lend your things. Take it back. Sir, can you exchange your watches? So I want 5 people to exchange their watches with their good neighbors. Right? So there will be 5 people with double watch now. Science is measurement. And the business of science is to make immeasurables measurables. What you cannot measure, you can never understand. And what is not measurable, our business is to make it measurable. So now we are trying to make something measurable. So are there 5 volunteers with 2 watches? Right. Now all that you take a piece of pencil and write down, you have to write the correct time now, looking at one of the 2 watches. You have 2 watches. Most probably they will not show the same time. Just write down what is the correct time by looking at your watches. Don't have any prejudice for your neighbor. Okay, the number has come? Okay. What is the number you have written? Not your watch. I want the correct time.
316, here it was 317.
So which one do you believe?
316.
This is a problem. We are possessive. Obsessively, compulsively possessive. She trusts only her watch. When given the option to look at both the watches. Now this is what we call this is an effect in science, that when you are given an instrument, even in measuring temperature, you will always find the value which is in the instrument known to you. Right? Let me see what are the other values. Whose trust? Where is the trust in which watch? Your watch or your neighbor's watch? Here is an exception. She trusts the neighbor more than herself. So that's better. Why did you choose that number than your number? Okay. What is the third figure? What is the time according to you? Yeah. What is it?
317 and 316.
Which one would you believe? 370. Now, why do you fall into this? When you have 2 watches, and we need only one answer, what will you accept? Or what you will not accept? That's a problem in science. Because I measure blood pressure, let us say 90 by 130. My friend comes and reads 85, 125. I have a tendency to believe that 85, 125 instrument is better than mine. So convenience is the chief criterion in the choice of data. And science can never flourish on that. So these are the things which we would like the young children to know at a very young age. This is what we call the Siegel's law. Siegel's law states that if you are given 2 watches, one yours and one your neighbor's, you are more likely to fall a victim to your prejudice. Okay. Imagine for a moment you are taking a class on Boyle's law. 8th standard, Boyle's law, CBSE? Yes. 7th. 11th you are all advanced. First time, 7th standard. Tell me Boyle's law. What is Boyle's law? Very, very good, very good. Okay. Okay. But it should be girls' law as well. Okay, now my point is this. I talked about Robert Boyle's law, where there is a relationship between pressure and volume. When pressure increases, volume decreases. When you blow a balloon, pressure is increasing, volume is increasing. Absolute contradiction to what you teach in the class. So how do you deal with this? Blowing a balloon in the class and then telling them pressure increases, volume decreases. And you increase the pressure, volume increases. That's a big problem. So you have to teach for a given mass of gas. That is never taught in the class. That Boyle's law, Robert Boyle's law, is valid only for a given mass of gas at a constant temperature. These two conditions are never taught. P is proportional to 1 by V, PV is a constant, is taught, and some examples are taught, everybody does it. This is the trouble we have. Then. There was a packet with some white, some bread piece was cut and kept.
The batteries.
Batteries. No, not battery. No, not battery. It was some bread. We have. Oh, it was here. No. Oh, yeah. Okay. So one more is there. Yes. Now let's do one more experiment and close down. Now I have a loaf of bread. One side is plain clean. One side is roasted and charred and made unedible. Now, I have a beautiful carpet here. I am going to drop it. Which side will fall on the carpet?
Probability of the edible side falling facing down.
Both are edible. You can check. Have you heard of Murphy's law?
Yes.
Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. Right? Yes. Whatever can go wrong will always, and it will always go wrong at the worst possible time. So if this is a carpet, and if I drop it here, let's drop it and see. This side has fallen, and this is the worst side. Now, this is an experiment which is done in the European countries. Do it with idli under our conditions. Now, this is half an idli. And I have not put chutney on this side. Now I am going to drop it under Indian conditions. This is international standard. You have to localize it to localize the situation. So now I am going to put it. And let us see what happens. Now, it is this side that has fallen. So this is against international law. In that case, take one more piece and repeat the experiment. We repeat the experiment until we get the desired value. Otherwise, what is the use of doing an experiment? Now, here again it fell on the same way. That means you will have to do 10 times until you get the value you wanted. And you have to reconcile between international and national problems. So that is how you validate. Yeah, no slide. Quickly you can run the slides. Quickly you can run the slides just to give. These were my teachers. Yes, next. Okay, can you just see this Stephen Hawking? What do you see when you see the picture? Have you seen Stephen Hawking? Anything else you can see? Pardon? Equation, yes. And that is the famous entropy equation we discussed in the morning. Order, disorder, confusion and confusionlessness. Can you find out anybody else in that? Pardon? Okay, so I was there. That's a different story. Now, a very famous journalist of India, I think there are no reporters here, Shobha Dey. She asked me, in one sentence, can you tell me what this great man has done? Because she wants to write her headline. Shobha Dey asked me, what one line? Then I said, he derived the quantum wave function for the whole universe. One sentence. Neither Shobha Dey understood what I wrote. Derived quantum wave function for the whole universe. One sentence. But not a single word can be understood. Science can be extremely complicated. You cannot, you know the word black. You know the word hole. But do you know what black hole is? This is the problem with the language of science. Can I move to the next? Oh yeah, I want all teachers to develop not their mindset. You should have at least 4 mindsets, if not 5. The teacherly mindset should be a composite of 4 different mindsets. Quickly. One is called the domain knowledge. This is what I call the Liss-Meitner mindset. As far as your subject is concerned, we should know thoroughly. When Y.S. Rajan shows you a plant and what is its botanical name, you should be able to give the botanical name. That is called the domain knowledge. Next one. Now, you should be able to have 2 fields. Morning we lit a lamp, then I told you the reaction between chemistry and physics. Where we applied friction, Newtonian friction, we brought light, transferred the light to oil, and the lamp burned. So that means physics and chemistry. That's what we call the Marie Curie. She is responsible for that. She has that mindset. Third one. Third one is called sustainability. All of you will be speaking about SDG 4. Education is what? SDG 4 or 6? 4. Okay, very good. Very clear. So that's why we speak about it. And she defined sustainability. By combining physics, chemistry, all sciences were married together in a single amalgam. And that's the creative mindset. So you should be able to have these mindsets. One more, the last. Okay, this is the engineering mindset. The only Nobel laureate in engineering is Arnold Francis. She did an experiment in the laboratory which was similar to which took Darwin to understand years of evolution. Thousands of years of evolution were compressed. She brought it into the lab, did it, and she got the Nobel Prize for chemistry. Next. Okay. Now with this we will conclude. This is the famous trolley experiment. It's a thought experiment. So whenever you can't do anything in the lab, do a thought experiment. And in the thought experiment, we have a trolley, a train. A train is moving along the road. It goes, then it comes to a Y junction. At the Y junction, the brake fails. But the steering works. You can either turn to the left or you can turn to the right. To your left, the principal and vice principal are walking on the track. To the right, physics, chemistry, biology, maths and arts teacher are walking. 5 people. Will you turn to the left or will you turn to the right? You have no choice. So, what? Eh? Yes. Yes. So think of this situation. There are moral dilemmas of this magnitude in human life. What to do, what not to do. Now imagine for a moment, there is an overhead bridge and a very massive human being 120 kilograms, standing on top of that. If you push him in front of the train will stop. So with one person who is the manager of the school, very heavy, and if you push the manager down, the train will stop. Will you do that or not? And if that manager happens to be your father, will you do it or not? So choices, options, painful, poignantly sharp situations come in life. And we should have the courage and the conviction to take the right decision. Otherwise, you will regret. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was quite interesting. With that, we will, we would like to felicitate Dr. APJ. I request Franklin, sir. Dr. Franklin, can you come on stage and honor Dr. APJ? Round of applause. We will have a, sorry for that. We will have a panel discussion now. May I request, how do you want to go about it? I would like to invite Mrs. Shashi, yeah? Dr. Divya? Please, round of applause. Please.
Check. Before I begin, can I also invite Dr. Rajan back on the dais, please? We are not done with you, sir. Oh, sorry, Dr. Jairam. And also we have a teacher here. I'm not sure where she's seated. Yes. Can you please join us on stage? Thank you all for being here today. I hope you are having a great time. This is the last part of our event today, and we are going to have a short panel discussion. We want to discuss a little bit more about STEAM and see what different aspects we have. We've already heard some eminent speakers today, and we want to get to the ground reality also. So we have a few other people joining us. I'm going to have them introduce themselves. I'm going to start by introducing myself first. I'm Shashi Gundala. I've been an educator in the USA for the last 25 years. My journey began here. I did my engineering, then went to US, did my master's in education over there. And then I went the route of teacher, and I was a curriculum developer there, then an assistant principal, and I was also a principal of a special needs school. So that has been my education journey, and recently I moved to India to work with an NGO, and I also work with an edtech company. So earlier I was working for a company that made children's films, and now I've joined Nanoskool, and I'm working with them, developing a curriculum in STEAM for grades 1 to 10. That's what I'm doing. And I just want to add that I've been a student here. I've not been a teacher here, but I've experienced teaching. And I've been a student in the US and a teacher over there. And coming back to India now after 25 years and seeing the change here is amazing. So it's wonderful that we are moving away from rote memorization. There's a lot of change. There's a lot of investment being done in a project-based approach of teaching. And that's wonderful to see. I see the students also enjoying learning and experimenting and going out of the box, thinking and working on experiments and projects. And it's a wonderful way to learn. The learning should be more in-depth rather than wide. And that is what US does good with education. So I'm glad to see a lot of those good things coming in here. And especially now with the curriculum that is newly being developed that we're doing with Nanoskool, I think that is one of the focus that's been there, that we need to develop a curriculum that students will enjoy and teachers would enjoy teaching. So I'm going to pass on the mic to Divya and our teacher.
So, good afternoon. So, most respected Jayaraman sir and all other dignitaries present here. Myself, Dr. Divya C. Senan. I am from University of Kerala, working as a professor of education there. Basically, I am doing educational researches also, so I can call myself as an educational scientist too, because I think now in this current scenario, we need more researchers in education, because as we think, we now have implemented national education policy, and a big paradigm shift is happening in our educational system, right from the pre-primary to PhD programs. So the teachers are the one who need to change, and many a times what happens, we are the one who are very much, reluctant to change, including myself. So I think we had a very good platform today, and I must say that now I am thinking whether I am a teacher or not, because when I was when I was here, when Jayaraman sir was taking a class, I was wondering how a scientist was taking a class, and I was just introspecting myself whether I can be called as a teacher, because this is the way how our classrooms should be. That each of the students should not get distracted in a second. In psychology, we used to say that we could keep a student concentrated only for 20 seconds. But no, that theory has to be changed, because Jayaraman sir, when he started the session until the end of the session, I was there with him. I assure you, I was with him. Yes. So the outcome of this particular program, wonderful. And thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful session you had with us. So this is all about me, and I think we'll have a good panel discussion too with Jayaraman sir, and I extend my sincere gratitude to Rajesh sir for giving me a chance to share platform with such a wonderful person. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Moitri, and I'm working in Whitefield Global School. I think for me, this is all of a sudden it happened. So I think on behalf of all of you, I'm here to speak out how we can introduce STEM along with our curriculum in our classroom. So hello to everyone, and let's start with the discussion.
Thank you all. So my first question today is about STEAM. So what does STEAM in India look like currently and what needs to change? So we'll start with, there's a mic over there. We'll start with you from the teacher perspective. What does it look like? And then you can pass on the mic.
Ma'am, from a teacher's perspective, one thing is clear is now the kids, our students, they are very smart than we were in our generation. So they are prepared what is written in the textbooks, they know about it, they are aware of it, they do Google search and they come up with their ideas away, like an extra from what is written in the textbook. So in the class, delivering what is there in the textbook is, it's not, I mean, we should not conform to that. So definitely it has to be implemented in our classrooms, and how to implement with the kit and with the training from the teachers, everything, we have to focus on that. Then only we can take forward with it.
So more training.
So a training on how to, how to look into this circuits or the kits or even the small, the way we had it with Sir. So those type of training, and then how we can implement and we can like connect it with our curriculum.
Learning how to teach.
Learning how to teach, correct.
Yes. Okay. Divya ma'am.
So again, inspired by Jayaraman sir, I believe that I could tell this through a story from my own experience. So after my PhD completed from Kerala University, I got the opportunity to go to US for doing my postdoc. So first time I am going abroad, and my eldest son was just 5 years old. So, and younger one was only 2.5 years old. So I have to take my family too along with me. And when I joined there, I joined National Space Science Technology Center in University of Alabama. So my elder kid, I put him in the first grade. So I was doing research there, started my research. So I could understand that. It was next time in the 5th grade. He joined the 5th grade. And when I started my research, I could find that my son, who is sitting just in front of the table, he was also writing the hypothesis. I started my work with the hypothesis. The 5th grade student also started with the hypothesis. I was surprised. I was doing something related to energy. He was doing something related to dinosaur. Very interesting, very interesting researches. And he also went through all the procedures which Sir has shown here. Sensing the problem, then we are defining the problem, hypothesizing, then statistical analysis, and then proving. All these steps are being done. So what I could understand, I was as a mother, as a teacher, as a professor of education, and as a researcher, I was very much interested in that. And what we are lacking in our Indian education system is that. Why? Because though we talk about activity-oriented method as well as many other methods in our classroom, although it is written in NCERT books and all, but many a times due to many limitations, I can't blame the teacher as well as the system now, because there are so many limitations with respect to Indian education system. As we were discussing, as I was asking Rajan sir, because in our classrooms, we know in Indian classrooms, we have more than 50 to 60 students. And we don't have walls in between two classrooms. So if I ask my student to, being a teacher educator, I ask my student to follow the activity-oriented method, the student will tell me, ma'am, if I follow the activity-oriented method in my class, my friend cannot take class in the next room. That is the situation. So what I want to discuss here is that yes, exactly, we need to change. We have to change to this type of inquiry trained learning methods, because whenever a student is born, he's an inquirer. During his course of study, he loses that inquiry quality. So in order to bring this, we need to make our classrooms more, infrastructure facilities has to be increased, as well as teacher education curriculum. Teachers should be equipped also. So all these things has to be made in our Indian education system, and we should hope. And another thing which what I want to tell you is that don't wait for the system to change. As a teacher, we have our own spaces. So within our space, within our limitation, within our, possibilities, make use of the maximum. That is the thing which we can do. A little bit of things will create a big massive change in the whole education system. So STEAM education and STEM education, it is high time that we need to, it's actually when we think of the Indian education system which we had much earlier, there was STEAM education and STEM education in our thing. If you talk about Nalanda University and all the complete, faculties of sciences, everything were taught in that manner only. So we are bringing back, we are not taking anything from US or UK or some Western countries. It's all where Indian traditional system, it was there. Only thing is we need to revive it and we need to cope with it, the 21st century skills. Okay, thank you.
Now, with all the STEAM integration that we are talking about, it seems like we need to have subjects integrated into one project. So when you are doing a project, you want to have arts in it, you want to have technology in it, you want to have science in it. So everything needs to be a part of it. So when you do one project, you need to kind of cover all the aspects of STEAM. So the question now becomes, we have teachers who are subject specific. We have an English teacher, we have a science teacher, we have a math teacher. So is the world changing now, and is the need more going to be that a teacher should know all of the subjects so that when you are teaching a project or when you are doing a project in the classroom, you're able to cover all these projects? Like, think about it. Like, if you do one project and in that, if you can cover reading and history and science, it would be wonderful. You're going to be tackling 3 or 4 subjects with just one project if you could do it. So is that the future? What do you feel about it? Can this change happen, and is that a good change?
Yes, definitely it's a good change, but the thing is that in that case, our instructional strategies, our curriculum, somewhere it all has to come together, and then the teachers also has to work together. For example, for grade 8, if you're teaching, or grade 10, whatever grade we are doing, then all the teachers has to come together, make a compiled plan together, and then only this possibility of interdisciplinary learning along with the STEM, it can be possibly, we can take it up in the class, because individually we cannot work it together with this. So yes, it has to be.
I think that needs to happen, because if a teacher says, okay, science is not my subject and I can't do the science part of this project, then that project is not going to work. The teacher should be able to explain the science part of it too. So I think in the lower grades, I think this is still doable. It's still possible. In the higher grades,
school, even I feel that it is still possible to a certain extent, but when we are going for higher classes, that in-depth concept all may not know in a very correct way. So instead of giving them a wrong information, it will actually hinder the process.
Thank you.
I think in that context, team teaching will be a very good suggestion. So teachers who can work together, they can team up together and do. But the same as ma'am said, it needs a curriculum has to be changed accordingly, all that things. So what I want to tell here is that about something called value creation pedagogy. Today, Hugh was showing us some robotic STEM experiments. So why actually all those STEAM or STEM experiments, everything is, or anything which we are making the students solve problems through some problem solving skills. So everything what we make them do should be creating value to the society. So what I want to tell you is that now we are in a philosophy which is called the value creation pedagogy. That is, anything and everything the student learn or he does should create value to the society. For example, some of the teachers asked about is there any sustainability component in that particular thing. Very good, because what I want to discuss here is, actually whenever we put a problem to a student, that particular solution should create a value to the society. For example, when I was doing, with all my passion towards educational technology, I happened to be a student of MTech in education technology. So during my project, what I worked on is, I wanted to make my student do a particular problem solving process. So I went to a government rural school, very rural school in Palakkad. And it is a Tamil medium school. And I went there and I asked the students to find a solution, to find a particular problem. So they came up with a problem with regarding to the,
Sorry to interrupt. Dear Jayaraman sir is leaving, so maybe we can have a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence and inspiring words. We look forward to meeting you very soon. Thank you, sir. Sorry for the interruption.
So one of the major problems of that particular locality is about the, this attack of, animal attack to the farmers. So the students came up with that particular problem and they themselves has find a solution to that problem. So what I want to tell you is that through solving that particular problem, not only they are creating a project, but they are creating value for the society. So through STEAM or STEM education, what we can do is, since now we don't have a curriculum or such a team teaching approach, we can't do in our classroom, but what we teachers can do is take up such type of local problems, give it to students. They themselves will find a problem and they themselves will select the solution to that. So that is one of the suggestions which we can make in the current situation.
Does the audience have any question that they would like to ask the panel?
The group project, what you were talking about, integrating the subjects. In IB curriculum, we already have this actually. Group 4 project or now collaborative project work, they say. 4 subjects are working together. So I think when they are already doing it from many years, I think that can be taken to other curriculum or whatever. Like you were saying that we need to do integrate, but it's already in process. So we are doing it there. So I just thought of sharing it.
I just had one more question that I did want to bring to the audience and to the panel. We cannot conclude any session without talking about media. So social media. So how is social media impacting STEAM? What can we learn from that and how can we utilize that to help the students gain more of understanding and also be motivated and make them more curious?
Aware. So definitely with the awareness we can always integrate into our curriculum and we can approach it in a positive way and look forward to it.
I think it is not the students who get more awareness, rather teachers because students, they shouldn't come to know that they are studying STEAM education. Because we are integrating and giving, we are not making any boundaries between 2 disciplines. But the teachers, we are the one who needs to, in that awareness should be in it. And currently, when I took the landscape of STEM education in India, we could see that STEM education is still in infancy in India. As ma'am said, only in IB curricula or such curricula only but we need to bring to our grassroots curriculums like what you say in our state curriculum and all. It is necessary. We teachers can do wonders in classes. Without a curricular change in the system, we can change from ourselves within. Okay. So all the best to all the teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope the panel discussion was informative for everyone and you got some understanding and knowledge about STEAM education. So we're going to move to the vote of thanks right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists, for your time. A big round of applause. Like all good things have to come to an end. We are now approaching the end of STEAM workshop. Thank you all for participating. I would now request my colleague, Mr. Ramakrishnan, to give a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good evening to all. Respected Dr. A.P. Jayaraman, Mr. Y.S. Rajan, Mr. A. Senil Kumaran, Mr. Hugh Kim, esteemed guests and colleagues and participants. I stand here filled with gratitude as we come to the close of this inspiring STEAM workshop. On behalf of the Indian Development Foundation and Nanoskool, I extend our heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you who has made this event a resounding success. Firstly, our deepest gratitude goes to our distinguished guest, Dr. A.P. Jayaraman, whose insights have broadened our perspectives. Mr. Y.S. Rajan, whose visionary thoughts have inspired us, Mr. A. Senil Kumaran, whose practical wisdom has guided us, and Mr. Hugh Kim and Kathy, whose expertise has enriched our understanding. Your presence and contributions have elevated this workshop to new heights. I also take this opportunity to thank Mr. George of Nanoskool, under whose collaboration and initiative this entire event was organized. Without him and his team's support, this event would not have been so successful. We are also grateful for their generous support which enabled us to organize this event and provide valuable opportunities for learning and collaboration. I would express our sincere appreciation to all the principals, teachers from various schools and other participants. Your active engagement, enthusiasm and eagerness to learn have created an environment buzzing with the innovation and creativity. This workshop would have not been dynamic and impactful without your valuable contributions. A special thanks to students and other volunteers who worked behind the scenes to ensure everything ran very smoothly. Your dedication and hard work have not gone unnoticed. Last but not least, a big thank you to all the staff of IDF who have supported us throughout this workshop. As we conclude, let us carry towards the knowledge gained and the connection made here today. Let's continue to foster curiosity, creativity, and innovation in STEAM fields. Thank you once again to everyone who has contributed to this workshop's success. We look forward to seeing the positive impact of today's discussion and the ideas in the days to come. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ramakrishnan, thank you so much. I need 5 volunteers to come on the stage to cut the cake. Let's have some fun. Please come. Maybe one student can also join. Yeah, come. Students, teachers, principals, all are welcome. Please come.
This cake represents the success of today's workshop, so nothing, it's not our birthday or anything. So please, it's your cake and we are just sharing some sweet.
Yeah, actually your participation is truly encouraging and yes, I'm sure there are many cake lovers. Please do come and taste. Please. Yeah, maybe first come, first served, because it's getting finished. Yeah, please. Thank you all. You didn't have lunch, so you better have some cake.